We can see the tornado. Give us a description where you are and where it is.
Okay, Gary, we are at Indian Hills Road right now, about a mile west of I-35, looking straight west at this tornado. It formed rapidly, came straight down. It's turning into a fairly strong tornado at the moment.
It is.
There's a debris cloud on the ground with it, Gary. It's straight west of us, slightly south of straight west. This thing looks like it's moving. It's going to skirt the north side of Norman or the south side of Moore. That's what it looks like. Now, fully on the ground, Gary.
All right, Gary, I'm on South Pennsylvania here. Look at the tornado now. Take our stream. It'll be slightly delayed. This is going to be an EF2. It's going to be about 200 yards wide. EF2, now it's growing. Wow, Gary, it's a destructive tornado. Now becoming a destructive tornado. EF2.
There it is, shot right there.
Yeah, great.
This is just west of the turnpike. This is west of I-44.
Okay,
Right.
this is moving toward I-44. It's just a little south of Southwest 156th Street, and it's a little bit north of, this is in the Newcastle area, the Northeast 24th. So they get over toward Moore and Norman. It's West Franklin Road. So right now it's north of Franklin Road. North of Franklin Road, you're seeing a tornado on the ground in southwest Oklahoma City. Actually, Newcastle getting ready to move into southwest Oklahoma City and Moore. And this storm continues to move, looks like east-northeast, quite wrapped up, as you can see. And Rich,
Gary, this is Val.
Rich, if you could just pull back a little bit, we look like we've gone fuzzy there. Go ahead, Val.
Yeah, we're watching the tornado. It is getting bigger, Gary. This thing is growing. It is a stovepipe all the way to the ground.
Val, tell us.
We've seen several, multiple vortices kind of try to form and rotate around the storm. This thing has definitely gotten stronger and picked up in both size and intensity, and it looks like, Gary, it is just about, it's between Franklin Road and Indian Hills Road. Very shortly, it's going to be coming across Indian Hills Road and is almost due west of us. The storm is moving east-northeast.
Let's go to Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Jim, go ahead.
Gary, I'm just on the north sides of Newcastle, shooting back to the northwest. You're looking at that tornado. Now, it is moving towards I-44 here. And like I said, we had tons of traffic coming down I-44 moments ago. We need to get these people off. I see OHP. OHP is running up the road right now. He's trying to get these people cleared off. This has turned into a massive tornado. As you can see these live pictures from Bob Mills, Sky News 9, just a humongous tornado here that is I'm just sitting probably just about a mile and a half to the south of this tornado as it is moving towards I-44. Now, right now we've seen debris in the air. We've seen it hit houses. We've saw power flashes. This is turning into a very destructive tornado, and it is getting bigger by the minute, Gary.
Jim, it's a huge tornado. As you stay with us here, I'm just going to give some streets. It looks like the center of it's right over South MacArthur, very close to Southwest 156th Street in Southwest Oklahoma City. A little southwest. It looks like it's crossing the river there to southwest at that point. Continues to develop. It is a major tornado. So if you live, this would be in for Cleveland County and McLean County, if you live north of Indian Hills Road, or north of 24th Street in Newcastle, continue the tornado precautions. And if you live, if you live east of Council, that's the warning. So it's east of Council, north of Indian Hills Road. Indian Hills Road is in north sections of Norman. So this tornado is going to move across to the north right toward Moore. It's continuing. I see a debris ball there, and you're seeing it from Bob Mills, Sky News 9. This is a significant tornado in the metro, in the Oklahoma City area metro. The movement right now,
they're about to issue a tornado emergency.
East-northeast at about 20 miles per hour. Is this, which cam's this?
That's the Newcastle exit. Look at that. That's Bob Mills, Sky News 9 right there.
Okay.
There, Jim, we can see
a ton of debris in the air around this tornado. Just debris everywhere.
Sure they keep
in fact, we're probably going to have to back off just a little bit because we got so much debris. OHP is running down 44. They're going to the east. It's right at the spur there where the H.E. Bailey Turnpike breaks off. OHP is running. They're trying to get these cars off I-44, and it's going to cross 44 here in just a matter of minutes. And it is just a classic, huge wedge-shaped tornado. And you can see all the debris coming around the outside of it now. I mean, it has just destroyed everything that it has hit, and it is turning into a huge tornado. Look at the wedge at the bottom of that. Right now, I would estimate it's probably anywhere from a quarter to a half mile wide sitting at the bottom of that wedge right now, Gary.
It's
and now
huge.
It's getting ready to cross 44 here. This is almost taking the same path as May 3rd, 1999. It's just a little north of that path. of May 3rd, 1999 here as it tracks to the east-northeast.
Okay. All right, Jim, I want to get some more streets. This thing is, the debris ball is about a mile wide, so the tornado itself is half mile or more. And you see it's a violent tornado. This is a tornado emergency. And we got power light, and it's going through populated areas. My God, get below ground if at all possible. Okay, this thing is moving right along, right towards southwest 149th. It's moving towards southwest 149th in Portland.
It's almost
and it's moving toward southwest 160th. So the core of it right now is at southwest 156. Southwest 156, and it's southwest 149th. So it's just a little bit east of MacArthur Boulevard. This is in
Power flash.
Tinker Air Force Base.
Power flashes.
Okay,
Gary.
tornado warning now issued for Tinker Air Force Base. Tornado warning for Tinker
Slowly.
Air Force Base. Take your immediate tornado precautions. And as you look at all this is a major tornado in the metro again. It is a life-threatening tornado. So the precautions are, below ground is best, and that's a storm shelter, a cellar, a basement. We got the people talking over each other. So this, now it's slowed just a little bit if you look right there. It's just slowed a little bit, but that gives it more time to organize. It's a giant tornado. Safety precautions are below ground's best. If you don't have that, you get in a well-constructed building, or you get in the center part of your house, closet or bathroom, put many walls between you and the tornado as possible. Go ahead. So Tinker, you guys in Tinker, if it maintains itself, 341. Tinker Air Force Base 341. So I'm going to read these off. Let's go south 164th is just about on that right now. This is a huge, deadly tornado. North 12th and Western, North 27th and Western, that would be Edmond. Moore, that'd be Moore. 319 will be in Moore. Tinker Air Force Base 341. And so Moore, Moore's in the bullseye. So I'm going to give, as we look at the shots there, we can see it. Who's got it there? Is that Marty's got a great shot of it too?
Valley and Marty.
Yeah.
There may be a second tornado. We need to check with Val.
Go ahead, Val. Where's the other tornado? We have a huge debris ball on this storm now, right up as it's crossing I-44. Huge debris ball, and it is right at southwest 104. Let me see. It's just south of 134, southwest 134th, and it's just west of a southwest 149. Take your precautions immediately, and that means get below ground if you possibly can. Southwest 160th. Dave, Val, go ahead.
Yes, Gary,
needs to
we
pull back or
are
something,
on southwest 34th Street, and this tornado is to our west-northwest. It is a giant tornado, just like you said earlier. This is a huge tornado, every bit as big as the May 3rd tornado, Gary. Inflow where we're at is really, really picking up. This thing has just tremendous
Have him
inflow.
pull back again on that shot a little bit.
It is, the tornado sirens are blaring out here. The tornado has gotten larger. You see violent rotation around this tornado. This is a deadly thing, Gary. This is very, very dangerous and significant. And I can see debris being spread out ahead of the tornado. All around the tornado, ahead of the tornado for 2 miles, I can see debris being spread out.
Val, let me come back up here. Okay, Jim Gardner in Bob Mills Sky News 9. We see this huge tornado, and I'll tell you, as far as from our vantage point here, it's moving right along southwest 149th. That's the core of it. So it's South Portland Avenue, very close to southwest 134th Street. Take immediate tornado precautions. It's southwest 149th. And it is South Portland Avenue. Take immediate tornado precautions. And it's going to be moving up toward southwest 134th Street. Got power flashes. It's going through populated areas, obviously. This is a major tornado. Here's a new projection on it. It's right along 37. And what is that right there? That's the south 164th at 314. Yes. And in Moore, it's north 12th and western. And at 317 North 27th and Western. Downtown Moore right on Interstate 35, 322, Tinker Air Force Base 343, Stanley Draper 345. Right now should go a little south of Del City, but there's never any guarantees on this. Giant tornado continues. What?
We take Pathfinder full. We can't read the time of arrivals on the Pathfinder. We just need to take it full here for a moment if we could.
Just very quickly.
You.
There it is. You guys can see it there?
It's going to stay south of downtown, Gary. It's going to stay it looks like just south of Crossroads.
Go back to shot. We're just going to, there's a shot right. Look at David's shot. Can we get a 2-box, Well, with David's shot in there too? There too, and when we look at those 2 shots, a huge tornado.
Gary.
Tom, go ahead, guys.
Yes, Gary, we're on the tornado's right on 149th Street. It's 3/4 of a mile straight west of us. We are right now are 1/2 mile south of 149th Street. I've seen just dozens of power flashes to my west. The tornado is still coming. It's moving east-northeast. I just see violent rotation with this thing. It's 3/4 of a mile or so straight west-northwest of us. It's on 140.
Val, appreciate that report. David's right there by. When we get David on, we can still see on the Bob Mills Sky News 9, huge tornado in the metro area, deadly tornado.
Tom and Rob shot there on the left.
Gary, it's in between Portland and May, right on Southwest 149.
Okay.
On Moore, you can see the debris ball. Southwest 149, directly between Portland and May. Anybody who lives east and northeast of that location, prepare for a violent tornado right now on the west side of Moore.
Jim Gardner, talk to us.
Yeah, Gary, right now that's still a massive tornado here, and of course it's getting hard to see, and that's not just from rain, that's from all the debris that is now circulating with that tornado. And you can see the wedge at the bottom, Gary. It's just a massive wedge. As we come around here, we're getting a little bit more in front of it. You can start to see through some of that debris that is circling that. And I can tell you that from a 1/4 mile behind it and a 1/4 mile to the sides, we are having power flashes. So there's a tremendous amount of wind out in front of this thing before the tornado even gets there. So again, we'll just keep tracking it, Gary. We got our trackers on the ground. I'm just going to let them talk because they got better pinpoint streets exactly where they are. But right now, we're just south of it. I'm just staying about 1.5 miles to the south of it, Gary, just slowly moving with it. And I'm hoping that at some point this thing decides to really come up off the ground before it reaches the Westmore. It looks like maybe taking a track right towards the Westmore High School in that area. And so we hope it dissipates here and gets off the ground before it really moves in there because it has already caused a lot of damage. You can see at the very bottom of it, brown.
David on there.
Gary, I'm at southwest 134th and 10. It's just south of 134th, and it's crossing 10 right now. It's doing total destruction to every house down here. I'm seeing homes completely leveled. Houses are disappearing right in front of us. It's right here, Gary. It's an EF4, maybe an EF5. It's getting ready to cross Pennsylvania south of 134th. South of 134th. It's crossing right now about 1/2 mile south, Gary. It's a 1/4 mile wide wedge. Take our stream. Turn this around. Turn that camera around. Okay, you got our stream, Gary. We're talking to 7-Eleven. The debris is unbelievable. Violent tornado. We saw it take out numerous homes. There goes another house.
Okay, Val, go ahead.
Yes, Gary, this thing is on 149th Street. It's right in front of us. It is tearing up everything it hits. The sky is absolutely full of debris. Gary, I see boards. I see roofs of houses. I see tin. Everything is flying through the air. We're getting probably 80-mile-an-hour winds at our location. This thing is a 1/4 mile north of us. It's on 149th, and Gary, it is moving straight east right along 149th Street.
Yeah,
man, if you live there.
And that means 19th Street and more, Southwest 19th Street and more.
149th Street.
Val, check your GPS. Check your GPS. It's gone off.
There is just a ton of
whose shot
debris.
is that right there?
I see all different.
Tom and Rob, have them pull back just a little bit. There's
Gary.
Val's shot too. Take Val's shot in there too. You guys, you can alternate these shots, guys. Which ones you think's the best? Okay.
There's houses in the air here.
I know.
This is serious,
I know.
Gary. This is passing over a large power lines here. Large power lines. The air is full of debris. I don't know. We're actually getting hit by debris here. It is just a 1/4 mile to our north. This is a violent, deadly tornado, Gary. Please take cover if you're in the path of this thing.
Okay, the core right now, it's going through Southwest 140th Street, Jamie Drive. I've heard these before. Foreman Drive, and it's moving right toward Southwest 140. So it's going right now. It's moving a little. Let's call it east-northeast. And right now it's just a hair east of May. So it's a little east of May now, and it is right in those areas I was just mentioning. The next north-south road is Pennsylvania, so it's going to be Pennsylvania and Southwest 134th. Go ahead.
Okay, Gary, we're at Western, and what's our east-west street? 134th and Western. It's about ready to cross Western here from the southwest. You can take our stream. It's right in front of us. The tornado is a very, very violent tornado. Like Val said, this is May 3rd. 1999, all over again. It's almost going down the same street that it did before. Okay, Gary, look at our stream. My goodness, This is an extremely violent, this is a killer tornado. And like you said earlier, if you're not below ground, you will not survive this tornado here unless you have a safe room. This is a killer tornado. The motion is amazing. Look at the motion here, Gary. It's crossing Western.
Oh, my
It's about
God.
200 yards west of Western, Gary. It's moving more easterly than northeasterly now, but barely, okay?
Okay.
Large and violent tornado crossing Western.
Okay, it's right on Southwest 19th and the Moore, coming across Western. And, of course, that means it's going to be moving by Santa Fe Avenue. It's just 1 mile from Santa Fe. And it is 2 miles from, about a little over 2 miles from I-35. So, once again, right now it appears it's going to be north. This is in Moore, Southwest 34th Street. Southwest 34th Street. It's a little bit north of there. And it's still a little bit to the south, and it's approaching Southeast 4th Street in Moore. So this thing is going right through West Moore, Southwest Moore. Looks like it's headed toward downtown Moore. It may have occluded a bit, but we still have a huge debris ball along Southwest 149th Street. I tell you what, come in just a second, the shots are not that good at this moment. You folks in the path of this thing is in Moore. Moore is just south of the Oklahoma City area. It's moving east-northeast at 20. Sometimes the direction varies a little bit. But you may take your tornado precaution, and that means you need to be below ground if at all possible. If you can't do that, you stay in the center part of your house, closet or bathroom, helmet, goggles, that type of thing, and stay there. And unfortunately, you'll have to ride this storm out. It's still moving toward the Tinker Air Force Base area. Now with also Stanley Draper, it's right on Southwest 149th. And you might take a quick look. Can you move up a little bit, Mike, so we just look at this?
What do you want to do?
Center it right there.
Yeah.
I'll read off Moore 3, downtown Moore 322, Tinker 344. And I'll tell you, if you look at very quickly at Pathfinder,
There you go.
that white area right down there in the middle of it, right down to southwest corner, that's a huge debris ball. That's houses and trees and
Bob
such.
Mills, Sky News 9 HD.
Bob Mills, Sky News 9.
Gary, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, I believe that's Santa Fe right there. Is a log jam. It's a log jam right there. Now this tornado is only about a quarter mile west of that road right there, and it's just log jammed right in there. Those people need to get out of there. They need to keep traffic moving. They need to get them out of there. Right now I'm just moving. I'm just about a half mile to the west of I-35, shooting back to the north, and I believe that's Santa Fe. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Gary.
Santa Fe.
Right now I'm having GPS problems up here also because we got so much electrical storms going on here out in north of this. I mean, I'm just looking at across
There's the tornado
east of I-35.
Okay, it's coming right on.
Getting pelted with lightning back.
Okay, it's coming. You guys, man, it's there. It's just basically coming in on Santa Fe Avenue in Moore. If you people see a large building nearby, because it looks like the traffic is jammed in there, this tornado is moving right towards Santa Fe. In fact, it's almost there. The southern edge of it appears to be Southwest 19th, maybe a little south, because it's huge. It's huge. So expect tornadic winds maybe a little more south than Southwest 19th. But once again, this is in Moore, Southwest 19th. So same thing. Get people, hopefully block it off. It's moving right toward Interstate 35 also. Power line flashes, you can see there, big time power line flashes. This is a critical situation, very dangerous. Do not get caught in your car in this. But keep in mind, beneath an overpass or underpass is not a good idea because the winds will increase. The movement seems painfully slow on this. You agree, Mike?
Yeah,
It's crawling.
Yeah, Gary,
It's just
fast at
moving
all.
incredibly slow right now, Gary. And
Go ahead.
David, it's David.
Go ahead, David.
No, I just said I
David,
totally
shot.
agree with you, Gary. It's moving maybe at 15, 20 miles per hour, maybe. It's really, really slowed down, but then it accelerates. Gary, I want to point this out. It's becoming wrapped in rain. The visibility is a lot less, and obviously debris, all the debris in the air too, but it's also becoming wrapped in rain plus debris. We can still see it because it's so big, but it's becoming a lot harder to see now as it's approaching I-35. I'm at I-35 looking southbound, Gary, and it's just a monster. It's a half mile, every bit of a half mile, and again, probably an EF4, possibly even stronger.
Okay.
Wow, look at that.
Okay, this is right. Right now, it's part of the damage is occurring right along 19th Street and Moore. It's occurring on Penn Lane. It's occurring in Cardian Place. So right now, it's at least a square mile. It's huge.
hey, see if Jim can fly
And
to
it
the
is-
northeast about 5 miles.
It is.
and look back to the west.
It's just
rather than
crawling
trying
to
be
the
down-
east. And there's some good and some bad about that, but it's doing terrible damage in that part of the world there.
Gary,
It is
let me
moving-
say, down at Santa Fe that Jim was showing us, there are power lines down on Santa Fe, and we're hearing that those may be students leaving from the high school down there at Westmore.
Okay,
So,
Kelly, also I want to mention we have a tornado 3 miles east of Bray, Oklahoma, down south. See
south.
folks down there. There's a shot right there, Kelly. That's in Moore, and that's David's shot.
Wow.
And I can tell you right now, David is right on Interstate 35, and he's on Northeast 12th in Moore. And that's 2 miles. That's 2 miles south of the Oklahoma County line. This thing is just plowing through Moore. We're going to go right through downtown Moore, right across Interstate 35. So if you're coming up along Interstate 35 from the south, you're in the Norman area, stop. If you're in Oklahoma City coming south, if you're, say, north of I-240, stop. Get off of it. But this thing is crawling along. Looks like it's doing some great damage. What we call a debris ball is huge. David, go ahead.
All right, Gary, again, we're at 134th and I-35 looking south, and the back edge of the tornado is not crossed I-35 yet. I can still see the front lip, but you can see our stream here. Absolutely, how amazing. And it's amazing. It's every bit of a half mile, maybe a mile wide, and it's about ready to cross I-35. I'm at 134th in Moore, looking off to my south at this monster, at this absolutely killer tornado. The good thing about it, I've seen troopers going up I-35, so there's hardly any traffic on I-35 right now. I'm just seeing state troopers and emergency units up I-35, so there's some good news here, but this is a killer tornado. We have debris being thrown out everywhere. I hate this thing, and this is another deadly tornado coming through Moore. It's, again, if you're looking southbound, down I-35 from our stream, and the tornado continues. It continues. The motion is very fast. It's very violent. And, again, Gary, it's completely wrapped up in rain and debris. It's just a big, dark, black area of debris and rain rotating from left to right with huge chunks of debris coming out of the sky, now coming into Moore. Gary, back to you.
Okay. It's moved a little, the north edge of the tornado's moved a little north of 134th Street. This would be south 134th Street. That'd be Oklahoma City notation, even though it's in Moore. And so it's right, it is West Moore, downtown Moore, moving into eastern Moore, southern sections of Moore. It is along 149th Street with respect to the Oklahoma City notation. As far as in the...
Gary?
Yeah, go ahead.
If I can point something out, I think, call me crazy, but I think this tornado, it looks like it might be beginning to shrink. I can see a little bit of it, and it looks like I might have a new meso forming on the north side. I'm looking at a new area of rotation to the northeast of that tornado. I've got a big new area of rotation that looks absolutely amazing, which is it's just south of 134th. So this thing may be trying to cycle right now. And again, I'm at Broadway at 134th and Moore, and it looks like it's trying to cycle, Gary, as it continues to move to the northeast. I think that's what's going on with it. I'm not saying that's for sure, but it sure looks like it to me at this point. Gary, back to you.
Okay, appreciate that. Hey, jump in anytime here. Yeah, the main circulation we had is occluded. It's kind of swept in on itself, so to speak, folks. Still probably still probably doing damage on the ground, but it'll weaken a little bit. And it looks like with this type of cell, just like yesterday, it will cycle. It will produce another strong rotation, another tornado. And so do not let your guard down at all. It's moving east at 20. And it's in the Moore area, and obviously has done a lot of damage. We've seen a lot of power line flashes and such. Movement is slowed again. It looks like it may be reorganizing. Look, there's some weakening with it a little bit. What do you have? Velocities are still there, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. There may be still a tornado wrapped in the rain.
It got to be. We're not seeing any power line flashes. At least I haven't been. But
tremendous damage right now we're seeing on a
Guys, that damage is being brought to us from Southwest 119th and Western. I'm telling you, down from 134th and Santa Fe and all through that area north of there, it is just a disaster area. It sounds like they're trying to set up command posts, and they're still tracking at the same debris at 4th and Broadway and more now. And but it's so similar to what happened on May 3rd. The damage looks the same.
Okay, this is in Moore. It's moving towards Stanley Draper all across northern sections of Cleveland County. It may miss you guys in Tinker, but it still may turn up that way, so stay alert in the Tinker area where you see that, at least where you saw that big circulation. As you look at all this, I'm just going to tell you what we're seeing out there and times of arrivals. Okay.
Here you go.
It's Stanley Draper 353, Stella 422, Nuala 439, and Hera 445.
Oh, there's the tornado.
Oh man, it's still there.
Huge.
Man.
All right, Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Jim Gardner, go ahead.
Well, I moved around here a little more to the northeast. I'm about 2-3 miles southwest of Lake Draper there, shooting back. Got a little bit better look at it, and you see it's just still a massive, massive tornadoes. You can see all the power flashes coming off at the bottom of it there. It is still causing major damage here. And like I said, I'm about 3 miles to the southwest of Draper, shooting back to the northwest, looking at that tornado as it comes through more here, and you can just see all the power flashes.
Yeah, it occluded, wrapped up on itself, but now it looks like it's intensifying again. Now the upper wind speeds have not changed. It made a jog there. It is into east sections of Morse, East Main Street, Smoking Oak Circle, Avery Drive, Southeast 8th, and I think the schools are right in that. Some big schools right in there. Northeast 5th.
Gary?
Go ahead.
Okay, Gary, it's crossing Southeast Bryant right now. I'm at Southeast 104th and Bryant. You can take our stream. I'm looking south from our stream. It just crossed Bryant Avenue. It just crossed Bryant Avenue about a half mile south of 104th. 104th, Southeast 104th and Bryant is where the tornado is right now. It just crossed Bryant, moving east, Gary.
Gotcha. We got you located on radar here. You're a little bit to the northeast of it, so you have really a good shot of it there. So,
yeah, actually, the tornado now is to my south-southeast.
Okay.
It's to my south-southeast, moving east.
Okay.
Holy moly! And Gary, I still think the new updraft's developing now, and we're going to have another tornado. It's going to be at a different spot.
So it's developing to your east?
Yeah. It's to the northeast of the tornado right now. There's a new area that's really starting to turn.
What's this closest intersection?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, still moving east, still a large tornado on the ground, but the new area of circulation is getting stronger.
South
and lower to the ground,
134th, south 134th. It's right at south 134th. It's between south 119th, southeast 119th, and southeast 134th, and it's right over Bryant Avenue, and it's moving toward Sunny Lane Road. So that's the little box. You can box it in. Now let me put those down there. Okay. And the debris ball is a little bit smaller, so this thing will most likely reorganize and reform and redevelop a little bit to the east, or this may just continue. It's still a major tornado right now, and we're looking at it with live radar, and it's...
Gary, it's a lot smaller.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh, look at the power line flashes.
Yeah. I was going through a neighborhood, Gary. There's a lot of big chunks of debris in the air. A lot of big chunks of debris in the air. Those are homes.
Look at it. There it is.
It's going through homes. It's still very violent, but like you said, it's just a lot smaller than it was. Oh my gosh, look at the motion.
In the rain.
Look at the motion.
It's on the ground. I can still see it.
It's a gigantic circulation. Tornado's still on the ground. It's moving along southeast 119th and southeast 134th. It's right over Bryant. Go ahead.
It just crossed Sunny Lane. Let's go. And I'm in southeast 104th. It just crossed Sunny Lane. Still moving east. It's just south of me, about a half mile.
Okay, it just plowed through Elgin Street, northeast 7th, Hilltop Drive, Whedon Court. It is, it's a slow mover right now. What did we put on there, 15 mile an hour?
Yes.
14 mile an hour. So it's weakened a little bit. We still have a debris ball from Bob Mills Sky News 9. We still see a very dangerous tornado. And there may be another one developed from this, or this one just may maintain itself the way it looks, you guys. It's moving toward that's Draper Lake right there. So if you know people are out at Draper Lake or have houses out there, you know people in advance of this particular tornado, call them, tweet them, Facebook, however you do, get a hold of them, let them know this thing is coming. It is there it is, not as big as it was, but these storms cycle, and it's still extremely dangerous. It is moving right now right towards Sooner Road. So it's going to be crossing Sooner Road before long.
Gary, I'm at Sooner Road right now.
Okay.
I'm at Sooner Road, and you can look at our stream. It's just southwest of Sooner Road. I'm turning right, headed down Sooner. I'm going to get a little closer to it here. Look at the motion, Gary. Boy, this thing is really moving east.
You're just a mile from it.
You might have picked up a little speed, Gary.
Think so? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
The debris balls,
I think so.
the debris ball is increasing in size again. That means trees and houses and such. And it's moving right along Country Lane. It's affecting Payden Street, northeast 7th. So right now it appears the danger is north.
Bob Mills, Sky News 9, do you copy me?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, it's gotten a lot bigger. It's cycled back up now. It's getting a bigger wedge on it now. But just look at that, all the debris around that thing, and we're watching it, and we got power flashes well to maybe a quarter to a half mile all the way around this tornado. So what I'm talking about is where you see the wedge on the ground, we're seeing power flashes a quarter to a half mile out around from that wedge. So there's tremendous amount of wind in this push down front. See, there's a power flash right there way behind it. So there's just a tremendous amount of wind, and it's cycled back up, Gary, from this picture shot from Bob Mills, Sky News 9. You can see it has grown again. For a minute there, it looked like it was going to decrease, maybe get lucky here, but now it has just grown into a massive tornado again.
Guys, as you're tracking this, we got to tell you, a school down in Moore. We know a school in Moore has been hit, an elementary school.
We believe it is Briarwood Elementary School. That's the word we're getting. That's going to be on Southwest 149th and Westmore, which is in between Santa Fe and Western. Our Michael Konopasek is there, and we understand, he says, there is extensive damage. We're also getting word that some kids may be trapped. Okay, this is the initial reports we're getting there at Briarwood Elementary. As soon as we get our shot established with Michael Konopasek, we'll go out to him.
I just heard Oklahoma City police in South Oklahoma City say they're at 149th and May Avenue, and everything south of there is damaged or leveled up and down May Avenue. So, Gary, a tremendous amount of damage. There are going to be a lot of injuries. We hear people going to the hospital in private vehicles. Tornadoes still on the ground. We'll go back to Michael in a minute. Let's get back over to Gary and Michael Armstrong right now for the update on the tornado right now.
Well, it's continuing right now. The main core of the circulation, it's a mile across, at least on the debris, from 134th Street up to 119th Street. It's crossing over Sooner Road right now, soon be crossing over Air Depot. It's moving directly toward Draper Lake and southeastern sections of Oklahoma County. Let me move over here and I'll see very quickly. Hold on a second here. Let's see. Tinker, if it doesn't turn due north, you may be fine in Tinker. It's headed toward Draper Lake. That's the blue area over to the right. But let's do a quick check-in with, and this is going to last about 10 seconds. Mike Armstrong on the south storm down near Pauls Valley. Go ahead.
Okay, Gary, on the south storm, looks like this will be moving into Garvin County. We do have a rain-wrapped tornado reported 3 miles east of Bray. That's going to be moving east or east-northeast up toward Pauls Valley. Could be in the Pauls Valley area by 5 p.m., so do not be on I-35 by 5 p.m. Down near the Pauls Valley area is another tornadic supercell is in progress across northeastern parts of Comanche County, moving into Garvin County. Gary?
All right, if you're going east on I-240, if you're in the western part of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma County, and if you're, say, west of Sooner Road, don't go east on I-240. Because it's probably going to hit it or hit 40 over there in southeastern Oklahoma County. Right now,
we're going to have to go back north under the lake.
Leading edge of this, it looks like it's weakened there a little bit. The smaller, sometimes the speeds actually increase when it gets smaller. But it's moving towards South Midwest Boulevard. And it's we're going to cut east at 25, so it's a little east-northeast. So it's approaching Midwest Boulevard and southeast 104th. Midwest Boulevard and southeast 104th. So it's been a long track storm. It changed in size. There is Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Jim, go ahead.
Well, Gary, right now I would estimate it's only a
South Oklahoma City say over the scanner, everything to the south of here is obliterated. There's a neighborhood to the south of there at Southwest 134th and Robinson, Harvey area. This is on the southwest side of Moore. All the homes down there in one neighborhood, he said, are just wiped out.
He said the whole neighborhood is wiped out.
It's a terrible situation. It is very reminiscent of what we saw May 3rd, 1999. We didn't think we'd see another one of these, certainly not so soon, and it's turning into a nightmare scenario. This tornado that touched down at 252 down around Newcastle and has tracked across southwest Oklahoma City's Moore area, now into the Mid-Dell area. It's just terrible. Let's go back over to Gary real quick.
I want to say a message to Jim. Jim, that looks like a new wall cloud developing over to your right. There's still a bit of debris. And over to the right, it looks like that's where that will develop. Mentioned we also have a tornado down west of Pauls Valley. You guys, and we've had to ignore you some because this huge deadly tornado here in the metro. It's west of Pauls Valley, moving east-northeast 25. There's other storms near Stillwater, storms near Kearney, and there's another back in southwest Oklahoma City. But the main monster we have right now is the one moving toward Draper Lake. Now the circulation looks like it has weakened somewhat. Jim, scan over to the right. It looked like a new wall cloud developing over the right.
Thought we saw.
Yeah, it does, Gary. Right now, you know, there's no rotation. We're kind of moving back
Just check rotation.
to
There's
the
still
south
rotation.
here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very low. Let me turn around here, Gary. I want to make a slow turn so we don't tumble the camera too much. But there is another wall cloud. Like I said, since that one roped out, I haven't really seen as much rotation in these clouds as I did before that big tornado. So again, you know, let's just hope that this is done. But there is definitely another lowering there.
One there.
That's pretty ragged right there. It's really not spinning that much, Gary, like we showed in earlier shots. But that's not really spinning too much. But you know, with this storm, let's hope it expend all its energy here. But you know, at any time it could drop another one here. We're going to move down, and then we'll have to go get fuel here pretty shortly, Gary. Jim going to report live from Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Back to you.
Appreciate that report. There's a good shot of a wall cloud possibly redeveloping, and maybe the old one developing again. And that's down south. That's over right over Stanley Draper, just a little to the west. Long track tornado. Did a lot of damage, has been doing a lot of damage. This thing is lowering, rotating. So you guys from the Stanley Draper area along 119th Street on up to south to 89th Street, which is the county line. This thing is getting ready to put down another tornado. So just continue with the tornado warning from Stanley Draper Lake to New Walla. Right now, it looks like you guys in Tinker will be fine. All you folks that this is new to you. And so yeah, let's take one more scan right there. It looks like to me it's intensifying again on radar. And the wall cloud is getting a little bit lower. What do you have there, Lacey?
David is on 240, just north of Lake Stanley Draper.
How about the location in towns? Or
This was for Liberty Creek and Shadowwood North are going to be in the path if it stays on its current track.
until this tornado comes down again. Kelly, you want to take it?
Update people, the situation in Westmore right now is catastrophic disaster. Homes flattened. Briarwood Elementary took a direct hit. Kids are trapped in there. I'm hearing still multiple kids trapped there. There's an ATM machine apparently where kids maybe took cover 149th and South Harvey, and the kids are trapped there. It is a nightmare scenario.
Well, we can tell you that the school down, yeah.
Tornado warning on this storm. This is from Stanley Draper Lake on over, so it's parts of southeastern Oklahoma County, northeastern Cleveland County, on into Lincoln County, the way it looks this time. Move into, we continue to call it east-northeast 25, tennis ball size hail. Tornado warning continues, and this most likely will produce another damaging tornado before too much longer, the way it looks this particular time. So it's cycling right now. And I want to mention also that tornado continues west of Pauls Valley. Could you zoom in on Garvin County for me just a second? Yes, sir. And let's look at those towns there. Okay, moving toward south. It looks like it's a little south, Lindsay. Moving toward Maysville, Paoli, Pauls Valley, Elmore City. So you guys, Garvin County, continue the tornado precaution. Tornado has touched down with that, and I see we have I guess that's David's video up. Yes. And he's down there with that particular storm. So now, Kelly, guys, you take it.
All right, Gary. We understand that we can toss it out to Michael Konopasek, who is live outside of Briarwood Elementary. Michael, give us an update.
South Santa Fe and 141st Street. We saw this thing coming in. It was a huge tornado dumping debris throughout this area. I'm going to step out of the way and show you the scene right now. People are going into this neighborhood where there is complete destruction. Tears in people's eyes as they see this scene. It is absolutely an amazing scene. And a Moore police officer just told me just a short time ago there is an elementary school that was hit. I asked if there were kids inside that elementary school. He said yes. So right now what you're seeing, parents in this area, tears coming down their faces, going into this area, not sure what the heck they are going to see when they get into this neighborhood. And so that's what's going on right now here at Moore, South Santa Fe and 141st Street. Kelly and Amanda.
All right, Michael Konopasek for us in the Westmore area. Folks, what a terrible scene. A lot of these folks are probably rushing down the street to get up close to the elementary school that has been hit. Briarwood Elementary is the name of it. Kids are trapped there. But folks, there have been neighborhoods that have just been leveled. I'm listening to the scanner. Go ahead, Amanda.
Yeah, I'll let you listen. Step in, Kelly, if you hear something new. IMSA is responding to that area near the school, Briarwood Elementary, also responding to the area of 149th near there at South Harvey, South May, Southwest 44th Street, just all around that Moore area. IMSA is responding to multiple injuries. We are hearing that there are a number of people who are trapped underneath debris right now.
Just heard police calling out 2 being transported critical from Southwest 141st and the Robinson area. Again, this is the Westmore area.
You can see with these live pictures, and you can tell there's some rain there on the camera, but you can just tell already that some areas are just obliterated.
Wow. Now that's Jim Gardner. Jim, can you tell us, if you can hear us, Jim, where are you?
Okay, I got him.
Jim, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, Kelly, you got me?
Talk to us. Where is this?
Okay, this is a school right now. We're in heavy rain. That's why, I mean, we're in heavy rain. But I can tell you, one part of the school looked like it traveled right down. It's possibly the gymnasium or whatever. Is Rich? Rich, where are you pointing? Come on back this way. Come to the right. I'm gonna have Rich come back around. You're gonna see a heck of a debris path. Keep coming around. Okay, there's the part of the debris path. Okay, there's the gymnasium, Kelly. Do you see what I'm talking about? We got a lot of heavy rain, so the picture's going to be kind of distorted because we got so much rain here. But it went right down. Looks like that may be part of the gymnasium or something, but it tracked right through the center of that, and I mean just wiped it out.
Jim,
There's
is this a high
huge
school?
debris trail. I mean, it's just reminiscent of May 3rd here. We got buses out in front of the school. As we pan up a little bit, we got buses to your left there, Rich. We got buses in front of the school. We have kids standing under the awning right there. As he zooms in, you can see the kids standing underneath the awning right there on the right-hand side of the screen. So again, it looks like it just took the gymnasium right down to the center of it there, Kelly and Amanda, you know, and just hopefully we didn't lose any lives here. But boy, I mean, it just tore through it like a truck, just run right through the center of it.
Do we believe, and maybe our sub-A can ask Jim, do we believe that school they just showed was Briarwood Elementary, where Michael was standing across from? We'll try to get some confirmation on what school we were just looking at, because obviously some very severe damage there. Let me also pass along, because we had reported earlier on that Oklahoma City Public Schools, they were holding kids until the storm passed. As far as Oklahoma City Public Schools, they have started their bus drop-offs for all elementary and middle schools, so they will go ahead and dismiss at this time. If you have lost any power, you can take refuge at Oak Crest Church of Christ. They are taking in storm victims who have lost power or have lost part of their house and need a place to go to right now.
I'll tell you, part of the challenge, as I'm listening, they're trying to figure out how to get to this elementary school, Briarwood Elementary, because so many power poles are down. They're having to try to route these rescue crews and this heavy equipment back in there because they have kids trapped under debris at this school, and they've got to get the tractors and backhoes and everything else back in there to lift this debris off. And I'm not sure that gymnasium we saw there was actually that particular school. From what I'm hearing on the scanner, that school took a direct hit, and that's why we have so many injuries. And I'm not sure that was it, but we're going to find out, so we'll narrow it down. Go ahead, Gary. That's the Warren Theater that suffered a great deal of damage, sustained a lot of damage there. You can see that. Don't know if anyone was in there. The parking lot is emptying out.
How about the restaurants over there to the east along the highway?
Haven't seen. Let's get Jim. Jim, if you can hear me, and Rich Kriegel, who's a photojournalist, can you show us a shot to the south of there?
No, to the right.
To the north of there. There's one of the businesses right there. I don't know if that was the Harley dealership. I think it's back to the south. I'm not sure what that one was.
We need to go to Hank.
Gary, I'm in Purnell. There's a tornado that keeps touching down just west of Foster. I am in Purnell looking north. This is going to be southeast of Cox City, west of Elmore City,
That's near Purdy.
just north of Highway 29, west of Elmore City. We had a tornado on the ground. It looks like it's lifted. We still have a rapidly rotating wall cloud. 4, 5, 6, 8 miles maybe west of Elmore City, somewhere near Purdy. For you folks that live down here, northwest of Foster, it's going to be well south of the Lindsay area. It's west of Elmore City. That's the best place I can tell you. West of Elmore City, I'm straight north of Purnell. Is where this is at. There's a rapidly rotating wall cloud. It keeps producing a little small tornado.
Okay, what we'll do, we'll keep watching that storm if you'll stay on it for us. So tornado warning continue, probably tornado warnings for Garvin County and over toward Elmore City, Purnell, Maysville, and Paul's Valley. You guys watch that, stay alert, and let's go back to Calliogo. Kelly?
Yeah, all this destruction we're seeing down there is around 134th, between 134th primarily and 149th from Santa Fe all the way back over to May Avenue, some south of there in the May Avenue area. I don't know if Jim can hear me right now. Jim Gardner in Bob Mills Sky News 9 HD right now. Jim, okay, he's talking on the radio, but Rich Kriegel, our photojournalist, might be able to hear me. Rich, I want to just show us that shot of I-35 again. Cars just smashed up against the center median there, right in front of the Warren Theater. People who were just unfortunate to be along I-35 at the wrong moment. Terrible destruction in the Moore area right now. And you can see traffic that is backed up there and getting off the highway.
And Kelly, one thing we're hearing
rescue
about,
is still going on.
and that's exactly what the rescuers are worried about right now, is they're worried about explosions because of gas leaks in that area. So the first responders are not only dealing with the downed power lines, but also that risk of the gas exploding, especially near Briarwood Elementary. And again, as we're speaking right now, they're trying to get there and try to rescue any kids that may be trapped inside that school.
There's one of our storm tracker shots. I don't know, guys, can Michael... It's who? Valcaster's shot right there as he continues to track the storm. Well, Michael Konopasek, can we go back to Michael, guys? He is on the ground in the Moore area right now. Street that is behind you, okay?
I was just talking to a man holding his 2 little girls. He was so happy to see them, to see if they are okay. I said, "Are you coming from the elementary school?" He said, "No, we're coming from the daycare, which is apparently nearby." Obviously just elated that his kids are all right. These parents are very concerned. These kids are trapped at the elementary school. I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way and show you the scene here. You can see the destruction as far as the eye can see here on this main stretch of road. I just talked to an emergency response official here on the scene who told me that they are going to be looking at injuries 100 or more. Those are obviously very early estimates. Another thing that they are very concerned about right now, are gas leaks. They are getting reports of gas leaks and they are afraid of explosions. So they are going all over this place, just scouring this area, responding to people trapped, obviously, gas leaks. I mean, there is so much that these emergency response officials have to be dealing with right now. And then, of course, the human emotion of all of these people coming in from the entire area, just looking to see if their loved ones are okay and to make sure that everything is all right. Another thing that we've been experiencing in this area are pets roaming around. It is a crazy scene out here. Kelly and Amanda, Michael Konopasek reporting live.
All right, Michael Konopasek reporting for us down in the Moore area, and just listening to the scanners, 3 people reported critical in that area around 144th, actually 313 Broadway Circle. That's at 134th, 149th, and Santa Fe area. Just devastation down there.
It sure is. It sounds like we might have some more active storms. We want to go ahead. Gary, if you're ready, we want to go ahead and check back in with you to get an update.
There's a weak circulation just to your west that Val is on. Check the velocities on that, will you please?
I did. They're not significant, but
okay.
MOAR showing there is a little bit of rotation in there.
Okay, guys, can you cue Carl and ask? Let's find out what he has to say. Carl? Okay, we have Carl. Let's go to Carl Torp.
Obviously hurt down here. We also have a fire going. Do you see that in the background right here? I can't count the number of homes that are absolutely destroyed. It's in the dozens. There's so many here, and if you kind of look at all that's gone right here, you'll see these pockets of people. They're usually surrounding someone that is in need of medical assistance. So we have firefighters on scene, we have police on scene, and we have people in absolute disbelief down here because of what happened. Again, I'm just trying to get a number of homes damaged or destroyed. I can't do it. I mean, we have 30 to 40 from our vantage point, at least. And you got cars overturned, and it's a mess right now, and people need help, and we do have medical personnel arriving and working very, very hard.
News 9's Carl Torp. You can hear it in his voice. The damage is overwhelming. It is mind-blowing the first time you see something like this, and really any time. But people just wandering around. You can't even recognize what is yours and what is someone else's, or even where your house was. A lot of times, they'll end up they'll go through their spray painting addresses on anything they can find, so people will roughly know what was their house. Just a terrible situation, and what we're most concerned about right now is people who are trapped in the rubble, those who've been injured. A lot have been taken by private vehicle to hospitals. Go ahead.
I can tell you, because we've been talking a lot about Briarwood Elementary School, it looks like more police are there. They're assisting with the children who are trapped in the school at this time. You're looking at live pictures, though. We can see first responders running into these neighborhoods. More police do confirm, and we don't even need them to tell us this, but multiple neighborhoods have been hit. We're looking at those live pictures as they try to treat those on the scene who have been hit with the debris, with the damage. We're also getting word that I-35 north and southbound, both ways are shut down between I-240 and Indian Hills Road. Not a big surprise, especially when we saw earlier on from Bob Mills, Sky News 9 HD, and Jim Gardner showing us those scenes of the cars literally crushed on I-35. It looks like people just got stuck right there as the tornado was going through.
So our coverage will continue, obviously, throughout the evening, folks, and just an unbelievable scene. We want to let you know that right now you're watching News 9 at 4 o'clock. Gary and his team still tracking storms in east of the metro now.
Another developing wall cloud. This is just west of New Walla. New Walla is in southeastern Oklahoma County, just north of I-40. It's west of Tinker. So from New Walla on in to Lincoln County and maybe northwestern Pottawatomie County, stay alert. It's not a tornado yet, but it is intensifying some. And Michael spotted another system, another circulation. And it's actually, it looks like it's fairly close to Valley Brook. And it's not a big deal, but it is there. Some Valley Brook over toward Tinker, stay alert, and also in southeast Oklahoma County, guys. So Kelly, and keep in mind, tornado warning continues. Garvin County, that's the Pauls Valley area. So back Kelly.
All right, Gary, looking at the damage here, and this is the tornado. Okay, let's go to Carl Torp. The video on the right is video from when the tornado moved through southwest Oklahoma City, and it was really powerful, folks. That is recorded earlier. Now Carl Torp live on the scene in the Moore area. Carl, go ahead.
Are you're okay? All right. Okay. Hey, Kelly and Amanda, 144th and Robinson, and here's this neighborhood again. We have destruction everywhere. I mean, countless number of homes are done. They're gone. You have this fire out here in the distance that started the last 10 minutes, and then we have a woman over here who's kind of pinned in. Apparently, she's been injured. Police said she had a board either going through her leg or on top of her leg. She can't move, but she's obviously conscious. She's talking to people here, but she needs help to get out of there right now. And this is just one person here. I mean, you can count a dozen of them everywhere around here that need help. I mean, you speak to someone a block away, and they rode out the storm in their hallway. Said they were lucky. I mean, the outside walls of the house came down, but they made it. And then you have people here that tried to ride it out inside their homes, and look what's left of their homes. There's debris everywhere, and so we are constantly hearing sirens as more and more medical crew come in here. They're absolutely needed right now because of all the damage that we're seeing. As you see this,
we can just, right, Carl, we can just barely hear you over the emergency vehicles and their sirens there, and that's understandable. Folks, the video on your left is the tornado from earlier, okay? Well, there's not currently a tornado on the ground. We want to clarify that. There are still strong storms that are threatening, and Gary and his team are tracking them. On the right, we are watching the rescue efforts in Moore. We understand the command post has been set up at the Warren Theater. If Carl or Michael can hear me, we need one of them and their photographer to run down the street from where they are and go to Briarwood Elementary, which is not far from them, at 149th and Hudson Avenue, which is about 2 blocks to the west of Santa Fe. Okay, let's go back to Carl Torp now. And again, I think we might be able to hear him over the sirens. Go ahead, Carl. If you can, kind of try to hood that microphone a little bit.
Well, okay, I understand. Basically, you see these emergency crews coming in. They basically said they need to get a way out of here. There's so much debris in the road, and with all these houses now gone, it's kind of hard if you don't know your way around here to understand where you're going. The street signs obviously are gone, the homes are gone, and you have these ambulances trying to get in here and get out. So we just had a guy over here, and he just hollered out, I need a way out, I need a way out. And so these people, as they're being taken out of their homes, and a lot of them are trapped right here, like this woman here, she was impaled by debris here. So this is... I mean, time injuries out here, and you have all these cars that are overturned, and it's chaotic out here as crews are getting in here trying to help these people as best they can, but at the same time trying to get them to the hospital as quickly as they can, and that's kind of a challenge now when you have all this debris in the road. So, and we still have this fire that's burning out here in the distance. I'm not sure what that is, but it's about a half mile away from where we are, and it's been burning for the last 30 minutes. So chaos, and we keep on using the term war zone, but that's kind of what we have here right now with all the people that are badly hurt by this storm. Kelly and Amanda.
Okay, Carl, appreciate that. I do tell you, folks, this damage looks very much like what we saw May 3rd, 1999. And homes losing. Michael, just hold up there.
In the bathtub. You just got out of your house right now.
Yeah, my neighbors the house. We were stuck.
So you were in the bathtub and you had your 2 kids.
Yes.
I can still see the stuff in your hair right now. You're obviously shaken up. In your house. What your house is destroyed.
It's gone. Our car's in where our house was. Everything's gone.
How are you and your kids doing right now as far as you feeling all right?
Well, I think so. He just wants to be checked out. He's scared, so he wants to make sure he's okay because I was on him.
And was everything above you just taken off?
Our whole house is gone. Everything but where we were is gone.
And you were in your bathtub.
We were in our bathtub.
Had you not been in your bathtub, it could have been a much different story, right?
It would have been completely different.
The important thing is you all are okay.
My husband told us to get in the bathtub immediately and put the mattress on, and when we put the mattress on, I got it on top of me and it hit our house. And I held her in by her hair. They were trying to take her away.
Did you live here during the 1999 tornado?
No. This is our first one to go through.
All right. Well, I don't want to delay. Go here. Let's try to find some emergency.
Michael Konopasek down in Moore. And folks, people are just wondering. We remember this from May 3rd, 1999. Folks, people are just understandably just dazed and lost by what is happening. A fire burning back in the background. We will hope and pray that this does not turn out to be like May 3rd, 1999 was, when we lost 44 lives that day and the strongest tornado ever recorded. I tell you, we've seen what certainly looks like some fatality situations in vehicles on I-35, which is what happened last time as well. But this time they were just smashed up against the center barrier.
That's
video. Right in front of the Warren Theater right there.
Yeah, and you can definitely tell that they just got stuck there right as that storm was coming through, and they had no time to go anywhere else. We do want to pass this along. Law enforcement really does not want people going down to that area right now to help out. We know, everybody sitting at home wants to know, what can we do to help? There will be a time for that, but right now is not the time to go down there. In fact, they have I-35 shut down in that area. They want to make sure that they can get their emergency vehicles out as soon as they can get the roads clear. Plus, there's a lot of power lines down, a lot of power poles down, so stay away from that area. Emergency vehicles, we're being told from Oklahoma City Police Department, they can't get through. Okay, yeah, I-35 shut down both directions. Let's go to Gary now. Gary's still tracking these storms. Go ahead, Gary.
Absolutely, and let's check in with David Payne, and if you can put David Shot up in one of those. David, go ahead.
All right, Gary, again, we're on eastbound I-40 here near New Walla, looking off to the west-northwest, and we still have some circulation here going on. This is this big storm that produced the big violent tornado, and still rotating, still spinning as it creeps down I-40. Everything's still flowing into it. It still looks impressive as far as being a tornadic supercell. So we got to watch everything here. Right now, though, Gary, I can see the rotation. It's moderate, but nothing off the charts right now, and nothing says that it's going to produce a tornado in the next few minutes, but it doesn't take a whole lot. But just slow to moderate rotation from time to time north of I-40 near New Walla.
All right, I think Bob Mills Sky News 9, Kelly?
Oh boy, a home that was damaged and is now burning. There's a live shot from Bob Mills Sky News 9 HD, and our pilot Jim Gardner is over it. Jim, if you can hear me, talk to us.
That's right, Kelly. This is where the tornado passed through. This home is on fire. This is at the Fairways at Moore area, housing area, and Fairway.
We're getting word that Midwest City Fire Department, they've also sent their 2 fire engines there to assist on those fires. They also gave us the address of 8th and Howard and Moore. I'm not sure if that's where Bob Mills Sky News 9 was, but here's another live picture. We're going back and forth between our ground shot and Sky News 9.
Yeah, as soon as we get Jim back up, let's...
There's power lines down everywhere. There's total devastation through here. I-35 shut down northbound at Indian Hills Road. They're taking traffic off at Indian Hills Road. It's a parking lot. I mean, this is just a horrible case scenario where this burns, it could catch the next house on fire, and they just continue to burn because there's just no way in here to fight this fire, Kelly.
Jim, if you can, when you guys can go to a higher hover or something and can you show us a little bit more of the path of what this was? And you flew over May 3rd, 1999. How does this compare?
Well, right where we're sitting, Kelly, it's almost an identical path and almost identical destruction. We're going to roll around here. As we roll around, Rich, all he has to do is pan up just from this fire. And okay, now if Rich, if you just kind of pan up and widen out as wide as you can. Well, there's the path, Kelly. That's just from here at the fairways at Moore and up to I-35. You see the Warren Theater there in your picture. You can see the path. You can see the path across I-35. Now it gets narrow, more narrow, once it gets on the east side of I-35 there. It narrows down again. But I could almost bet that if you had a map from May 3rd, 1999, and overlaid it on this tornado now, it'd probably be almost the same path. The only thing I can tell you, the only thing it did different than May 3rd, 1999 is when it crossed Interstate 35, it went more directly east straight towards Lake Draper.
Jim, I know that
May 3rd, 1999 went straight towards Tinker from this location.
Jim, I know that you can.
Tinker.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, buddy. I know that you can see them, but there are more storms coming in over in the Oklahoma City Community College area, which is along I-240 and Southwest 89th and I-44. They are not tornadic, but they are storms that are going to come in and interfere with rescue efforts. Heavy storms.
Lightning.
Go ahead, Michael. You talk to us.
They're lightning. They may have some small hail, very heavy rain. We indicate that near OCCC, just near Will Rogers World Airport, and right on down toward I-44, right where the tornado came through. So that's going to be moving kind of east over the Moore area. We are watching additional storms down south. We have a tornado warning now in Lincoln County. Also, with that storm that lifted northeast, we don't have any indications of a tornado on the ground at this time. However, I will tell you the storm that's back to the west of Pauls Valley in northeastern Stevens County, getting ready to move into Garvin County, is looking more and more tornadic for the Pauls Valley area. That could be moving into Pauls Valley around 5 p.m. So, as much as I hate to say it, we're not done yet.
I'm afraid that might be Briarwood Elementary School, right? Jim Gardner, does that look like a school to you?
Yes, it is. It is, Kelly.
Oh.
This ain't good. That's for sure.
No, it's not. That's
people are digging through the debris. Sorry, Kelly. It just gets a little hard to talk here.
Yeah, we'll take it for a moment and tell everyone where this is. This is up around
149th and Westmore, which is in between Santa Fe and Western.
Yeah, it's between Santa Fe and Western. And folks, we know that there were children trapped underneath this.
I saw one Twitter post, and of course we're working to confirm it, that some of the kids were in a cellar there, so they might have had some sort of safe room there. Obviously, still trapped, so they're trying to get to them, but let's just hope that they are in fact okay. You can tell a lot of people there on the scene. We saw also from Carl Torp's scene earlier on that the National Guard has already arrived, and they're there to lend a hand as well.
They're setting up a second triage unit now where they can sort out people who have been injured by the severity of their injuries at 141st and Santa Fe, and they have ambulances and paramedics standing by there.
We also understand that Carl Torp, who is there right at ground zero, has been talking to the folks there impacted. Carl, if you can hear us, let's go ahead and get an update from you.
It's still, people are just kind of wondering how they can get help and when they're going to be able to get out of here. This is Misty Denton, and Misty, I understand you're trying to get an ambulance right now.
Yes.
Where did you ride out this storm?
Down the street at 14604 South Broadway Avenue.
You were inside the middle of your home?
Me and my mom were getting ready to leave, and our next door neighbor told us there's no way that we could survive it, so he told us to come to his house, and we went into his house, into the bathroom, and that's when it just hit. I mean, we could just hear everything, and so luckily we're alive.
You got your dog shaking here.
It's my brother's dog. So, but I'm lucky to be alive. My mom is okay. I think she's got a broken wrist and a shoulder. Our friend, she's fixing to head. She can't move. And then our other neighbor has his head busted open.
How many people were inside this bathroom here all together? I assume you had the dog as well.
Probably 5 of us, and then our dogs.
When you look at this, and then you see that people are being hauled away on stretchers, and you survived this in a bathroom.
I can't imagine. I mean, I've been through. I mean, the May 3rd tornado. It hit me by 2 blocks, and you just don't think that it would ever happen to you, and it does. And it's just, I'm amazed to be alive. So I'm very amazed.
We're glad you're okay. We hope you can get some help.
Thank you.
Obviously, for an ambulance, along with a lot of people here. The one thing that we want to again say is that right, I guess this is Santa Fe through here. This is kind of the main drag through here, and we're being told that they don't want anyone on this road because they're trying to clear the debris so they can get the emergency vehicles in and out of here. We had the National Guard also here, and EMSA obviously, and now you see these fire trucks going by, but slowly but surely things are getting organized here as we have people here waiting to get some medical attention. You see them kind of just lined up here on the corners, and paramedics are getting to them as fast as they can. We have this little girl right here wrapped in a blanket.
Carl, I'll tell you what, we're going to come back to you. I know there's stories and heartbreak everywhere down there. Getting word now over the scanners that Plaza Towers Elementary had a building collapse. That may have been one of the ones we saw from Sky News 9 a little while ago, Gary. But it's just that everywhere they look, there are more problems and more people hurt.
A lot of storms, Kelly, I want to mention that are in southern Oklahoma City, eastern parts of Oklahoma City, and really that New Walla one, little northeast there is winding up, and there's a big tornadic thunderstorm down west. We'll do a real quick cut on one of these screens with Michael to update you guys in around Pauls Valley. Big time tornadic thunderstorm down there, so be sure you take your tornado precautions. Michael?
Okay, listen, you guys down south, I know you're terrified after seeing what happened in the south side of Oklahoma City, and so we're going to focus in just for a minute here on what's going on down here in other parts of the area. So we have thunderstorms continuing again across the metro and to the east. This is the one that continues to be tornado warned, lifting into Lincoln County, but here's what I want you to look at. West of Pauls Valley, this storm that's located in Garvin County, the circulation is south and east of Lindsay. You guys in Lindsay, you're okay. Okay, no problems there. Maysville, you're going to get a lot of hail. Here's the rotation back in here. We also have a secondary rotation that's north and west of Pauls Valley, lifting up toward Paola. But right now, this storm that's crossing from Stevens County into western Garvin County, let me measure this from Pauls Valley. Okay, this circulation, it's 18 miles from Pauls Valley, and the storms are moving at about 20 miles an hour. Okay, so listen, you guys in Pauls Valley, get ready for the potential for tornadic activity moving into the Pauls Valley area along Interstate 35 as we move into the 5 o'clock time frame. Let's check in with Hank Brown on that storm. Hank?
Mike, I'm in Elmore City, looking to the northwest. There's a rotation to my east near Pauls Valley. There's a large lowering to the northwest of Elmore City. It's probably going to be directly west, maybe, of Antioch, northeast of Purdy. There's a large rotating lowering, Mike, a very large rotating base. That's to the west. Towards Pauls Valley, the front edge of that, there's an inflow couplet. It's got a large rotating lowering with it, too. The dominant one that seems like it looks like it's getting ready to tornado, Mike, northwest of Elmore City, southeast of Erin Springs, north or east of Purdy, west of Antioch. Anybody in this area, take your tornado precautions. This is the most well-defined this lowering and rotating wall cloud has got in the last 30 minutes.
Okay. All right, Hank.
Storms do continue. We've got that one west of Elmore City, so in around Pauls Valley. We won't be back to you as much as we would like to be. There's still a lot going on up here. We have still somewhat of a circulation trying to develop near McLeod over and moving into Lincoln County. The storm developing at Will Rogers Airport, that probably mainly a hailer, a lot of hail also near the Spencer area. And let me just mention where the other ones are located. Central and eastern Oklahoma County on into Lincoln County. The other ones over northeast have moved on out just a bit, but a tornadic thunderstorm near Waurika, south of Waurika, moving toward Ringling. Another tornadic thunderstorm moving directly toward Pauls Valley, so please keep that in mind, you guys down there. Take your tornado precautions now. And this storm near Harris still could produce another tornado. There's circulation trying to develop near McLeod, hail near Jones back in here. So we'll continue to watch all of this, and we'll go back to Kelly Ogle. Kelly?
Gary, it's worst fears being confirmed down there, and it's concerning fatalities in the area. We don't have a hard count But I can tell you what I'm hearing from more police. They're putting out the word. One of the supervisors is saying, as you encounter a fatality, secure the area. So we know there are going to be multiple fatalities in the Moore area especially.
They've currently set up a triage area at the area of 141st and Santa Fe, 141st and Santa Fe, where they're going to be treating those who are hurt.
Just the most recent one I heard, a fatality in the 1400 block of Southeast 6th Street in Moore. Just devastation down there, and sorting through this looks, and we think this was Briarwood Elementary that took a direct hit earlier this afternoon when this tornado moved through the Moore area at about 3:15, little more than an hour ago, and flattened countless, look at the shot on the left, countless homes. That's I-35 right in front of the Warren Theater, folks, where this tornado ripped across and undoubtedly killed people in that area as well.
We're continuing to listen to the scanners, to listen to our crews who are out there on the scene, and as soon as we get the very latest information, especially we know everybody's on edge to hear about the schools, especially Briarwood Elementary School, and as soon as we get word about any of those kids who are rescued, we're going to bring that to you. We're working to get that information. And this looks like a live picture from there on the right-hand side of your screen, and you can see a lot of people standing around, emergency personnel. We also heard there may have been a gas leak right around there. So we saw from the earlier fires, that's a big, big concern right now, because if you have a gas leak and that thing explodes, you have big trouble.
Yep. Hey, guys, if we can real quickly, I think our graphics department has drawn up a map for us of where this thing tracked through the south side of the metro area. Can you go to that? Do you have that map loaded? They do. They're going to pull it up for us in a moment. Just to give you an idea of where it went, there you can see this thing really started on the other side of I-44, and then it tracked north of Newcastle through the south side of Oklahoma City and right into Moore. And we'll start to add some of the details to that map so it's a little bit easier to read, but there you have an idea.
We're starting too to hear some of the personal stories and how the storm has impacted the folks down there. Our Carl Torp has been down there just right after the storm passed through. Let's check in with him for an update. Carl?
Yeah, I just want to show real quick here. It's kind of indicating that they all clear. There's nobody inside here, and so they're going around here screaming to see if anyone needs help, and then securing the home with this ribbon. This home actually belongs to this gentleman right here, and you saw this storm coming and you got out.
I did. I saw it coming up the street here, 144th Street. I saw the funnel and the debris field coming directly this way, so I hopped in my car and drove a couple of miles north and got away from it just in time.
What did you think when you returned to this neighborhood and you saw your homes gone?
I didn't know where I was, honestly. I couldn't find my home. I had to get some bearings and find street signs that were down and just try to piece it together and find my way back home.
We're glad you're okay. Any sort of landmarks around here are blown away, and so paramedics are actually having a hard time kind of getting in and out of here because so much debris is in the road, and also the landmarks to tell you kind of where you're going are missing too. So, you know, just one aspect of what's going on down here. Kelly and Amanda.
We need you back. All right, Carl, appreciate that. We want to go back over to Gary and Michael, still tracking storms still developing, and tracking ones that have moved through. Guys?
They are, and there's storms still going on in Oklahoma County, and I'll just tell you about this. Will Rogers had 2-inch hail a little while ago. Those extend up to central and south Oklahoma City, Del City area, Midwest City, Nakoma Park, north of Choctaw up to Jones. So the thunderstorms in Oklahoma County are not tornadic at all as we stand right now. But the storm that's over north of McLeod, it has a rotation and a wall cloud, quite a few things with it. That's McLeod and Dale, and it's just north of Dale, up toward Jacktown, Meeker, moving east-northeast 25. So you guys from I-40 north to McLeod, Jacktown, Meeker, and then on up toward Sparks and later toward Prague and possibly at the Chandler area, stay alert. And there's a very strong to severe storm in the Jones area. So the Jacktown, McLeod storm capable of producing a tornado. We're on the video we're watching from those areas. There are very low wall clouds, but as of yet, no tornado showing up. So Kelly, we'll go back to you now. All
righty, Gary. The damage at we believe that's at that looks like Briarwood Elementary. The shot that we saw a little bit earlier. I think that's what the area people have been looking for. That we had a report of children being trapped. Michael Konoposik's also down in the area.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check in with him. Michael, give us an update.
Elbows not feeling well. Got scrapes there.
Michael, I know you're busy out there. Go ahead if you can hear us. Well, we're looking at live pictures from the scene there. You can see first responders there, the fire department's there, and they're kind of making their own makeshift triage right there on the streets of Moore. We see Carl Torp right there. Okay, so this is probably the area of 144th and Robinson. This is not too far from the Briarwood Elementary School. In fact, this looks to be just less than a mile away, probably a quarter mile away from that elementary school where we were looking at those aerial shots earlier on. Edmond Police Department, they're also sending their team of officers down to Moore to help out because they are going to need a lot of help as they have to go through these neighborhoods. We're getting word also of multiple fatalities in the Moore area. We're working to get some more details on that, but not a big surprise when you look at the devastation caused by this tornado as it ripped through the area. Kelly's currently monitoring a lot of the scanners too to get us some more information.
I'm listening to Moore PD right now. Hold on one second.
Sure.
I might need to relay something to our helicopter.
Let me go ahead and just fill folks in on what we know so far. There was a fire at the fairways at Moore that was going to be near South Santa Fe and Southwest 19th Street. So they're not only dealing with the devastation, but they're dealing with fires. And as soon as the fire happens, it's almost next to impossible to get the fire truck in there.
Is that shot on the right from Jim live, or is that that is live? Okay. The rescuers down in the area are searching for people under rubble, and there is a helicopter hovering overhead. I would assume it's not ours because it's on the move. There's a helicopter overhead that they need moved because they can't hear the people in the rubble. And whether it's news or police or rescue helicopter of some sort, that's one of their problems they're having right now, trying to listen to people who are trapped in the debris. Boy, look at that shot. That looked, guys, Gary, Michael, that looks like it did 14 years ago.
Absolutely. It looks a lot like the May 3rd, 99 damage.
Maybe even worse in some areas.
Yeah, huge. We're looking at that. I'll tell you, you guys in Meeker, there's a strong circulation of tornado warning just west of Meeker, moving toward the Meeker area, and it's moving, looks like northeast. We'll have to put it northeast, 30 miles an hour. I think we have Val's in south central Oklahoma City. Val, go ahead.
Yeah, that's right, Gary. We're just south of Meeker right now. As a matter of fact, we're about 3 miles south of Meeker. And this lowering, matter of fact, it's getting lower just to the southwest of Meeker. So the storm is still moving northeast, it appears. People in Meeker are in possibly some danger right now because this thing is getting lower all the time, Gary, and it looks like it's moving right towards Meeker, I think.
Hey, Gary, we're here.
Go ahead.
Okay, Gary, we're north of Meeker, just like Val said. We're north of Meeker, about 3 miles. North of I-40. And Val's absolutely right, Gary. This thing is starting to spin a little harder, a little bit lower now than it was 10 minutes ago. So we got to really watch this thing as it moves to the Meeker area over into Lincoln County. It's getting better organized for sure. Gary, back to you.
Appreciate that very much. Lincoln County is just the east of Oklahoma County, a little ways. It's north of, this circulation is just west of Meeker. That would put it north of Shawnee. So Shawnee, you're not in a risk with this. But this is the same cell that produced the huge tornadoes earlier. And it is Jacktown area over to Meeker, to Sparks, and it's going to be moving on off northeast. So it looks like south central and southeastern sections of Lincoln County. You guys in Prague should stay alert in case it moves more to the east. We have it moving northeast at 30. And so time frame Meeker 428, Sparks 443. But keep in mind they can vary somewhat from right to left. So that one looks pretty suspicious. Also one south, as you may look at Storm Shield, that one down near Pauls Valley. Let's check Pauls Valley on a Storm Shield. And it is still a tornado, has a tornado warning with it. So in and around the Pauls Valley area, continue with that tornado warning. The one over near Meeker is looking more and more interesting all the time. We have several storm trackers right there with it. We might take a look at David's Stream if you have a spot that you want to put that video up. It's David's Stream. And so you guys, southern and southeastern Lincoln County, just be alert. Tornado warning there. Kelly?
Right, Gary. Just heard a call from one of the Moore police officers, and they're talking so rapidly it's difficult to keep up with all the information. But off the police scanner said one area. Hold on one second.
We're both monitoring the scanners.
800 block of Southwest 11th. They just rescued someone from the rubble, and they say in several neighborhoods there are still multiple people trapped under rubble in the Moore area. Again, this is west of I-35.
Right now, law enforcement, they do not want anybody else trying to go to that area because they have their hands full right now trying to just clear away and get enough space for their own rescue units to go in. But on the left-hand side, on both sides of the screen, we're looking at live pictures, but on the left-hand side, that hard-hit neighborhood right off 144th and Robinson.
We don't know the exact number, but we do know that there are going to be fatalities out of this. Gary and his team, meanwhile, continuing to track storms. The storm trackers are out there on the road, and Gary, we'll just ping-pong it back and forth here as we look at the Highway Patrol helicopter. Go ahead.
Go to Val. Let's go to Val. Go to Val. Val, go ahead.
Tornado on the ground just to the southwest, just to the west of Meeker. It's
there it is. Yep.
Rapidly formed and dropped, and the funnel is about 2/3 of the way to the ground. And Gary, this is going to be, I'm going to tell you, it's going to be about a mile and a half or so, 2 miles west-southwest of Meeker. It looks like it's moving directly towards Meeker. Now, this is not a massive tornado like the one we saw before. It's a smaller tornado, but nonetheless, there is damage being done right there, and it's in a bad spot for Meeker. It looks like it's moving right towards Meeker, in my opinion. Not a huge tornado, Gary, still on the ground. I see the funnel.
Intensity is increasing with it. Let me say to the folks in Meeker, take your immediate tornado precautions. It's almost on top of you, if not there, at this time. So, Meeker area, take your immediate tornado precautions. Below ground is best. If you don't have that, you go to the center part of the house, closet or bathroom, get in there and cover yourself up. A helmet, shatter-resistant goggles, and shoes. And well, this thing passes by. So apparently it's touchdown. David, what do you have?
A mile south of Meeker.
David, what do you have? Go ahead, David.
Yeah, okay, Gary. Coming on the south side of Meeker. I don't quite see it yet. I'm still just on the south side, about a half mile here, trying to get up north. I'm looking for it, but I don't see it from my location. Hang on. All right, there it is. Yeah, okay, I see it. There it is. Yeah, Val's right. It's just west of town. Not very far, Gary. Looks like it's west of town. Like you said, maybe a mile and a half just west of town. Like you said, it's a cone. It's about halfway to the ground, and it's hanging out the backside of it. You can see the Minnesota right above it. It's very impressive. And I don't see the debris cloud. Doesn't mean there's not one from my vantage point, but I definitely see the tornado right there. It's about halfway to the ground. Again, like Val said, just west of Meeker. Coming into Meeker now on the south side. Gary.
Appreciate that report very much, David. So Meeker area, and also, gosh, let me just click this one button here, and we'll look at this. It's well north of I-40 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 10 miles north, and it's right along in the vicinity of, is that 60? I think it's make it a little bit larger here. So I can read it. Still can't read them in here. State Highway, let's just call it the north-south road through there, State Highway 18. So it looks like it's very close to 18 in the Meeker area. And it's not extreme, but it definitely is there. And so tornado warning, Meeker area. You guys that live in Prague, just keep in mind it may continue eastward. If it does, you'll be in line too. So that gives you some idea on the movement there. East, northeast, 30 miles per hour. So tornado warning 62. So along Highway 62, and let's just call it right along Highway 62 right now. So whose shots we have? Val, what do you have now? Val, go ahead. There's Val's shot, Storm Action 1.
Gary?
So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Gary, we are right in the heart of Meeker right now. We're right in the center of town. Rotation is just to the northwest of town right now. It has moved to just northwest of Meeker. I don't see the pronounced funnel that we had a little bit earlier. It has since lifted for the most part. There's still a pretty decent lowering right there. But the rotation is just to the northwest of Meeker, not very far, and it's still there. It's possible there could still be damage on the ground. I don't see a debris cloud, and at the moment, oh, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. There's a huge lowering about 2 miles north of Meeker. Okay, there it is. It's a large lowering, but I do not see a funnel all the way to the ground. It's just kind of a large lowering, now about a mile and a half or so straight north of Meeker, Gary.
Yeah, here it is.
To move
right here.
to the east-northeast.
Yeah, we've got it moving to the east at 25 now. So from Meeker over to Prague, southeastern sections of Lincoln County. Also, right after that will come Payton. So you folks in that area continue with a tornado warning, and it looks like it's continuing to wrap up some, as is the storm down near Pauls Valley. It's moving east 20, very, very slow 20. So continued tornado warning in and around Pauls Valley. Very significant rotation. Go ahead, Val.
We still see debris on the ground. There is still debris on the ground. There's a small funnel above, and this is going to be 1.5 miles north of Meeker, and it's still just west of the north-south highway. There is debris on the ground still. It's going to cross the highway. I'm looking at the map here. It's going to cross the highway about 1.5 miles north of Meeker. It's not real strong. I mean, this is not a wedge or anything major, but there is damage being done right there. Probably 1.5 miles to 2 miles north of Meeker at the moment, Gary.
Okay, just a broad view, guys, on Storm Shield. Severe thunderstorm west-southwest, and Storm Shield west-southwest, you guys in Ardmore, tornadic thunderstorm there. Also, that we're moving into the Pauls Valley region. We have storm trackers down there that do not see that tornado at the moment in Pauls Valley, but it could easily be there. And the one in Lincoln County continues to be there. And Val or David, either one of you have anything on that?
Well, Gary,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, we're still watching this. I see debris still, and this is going to be still to the west of the highway, just not far west of the highway, north of Meeker, probably around 2.5 miles now. This thing almost looks like it might be lifting more northeast at the moment. But anyway, there's emergency vehicles out here ahead of us. Looks like they're trying to keep people from going into it, but they're following it also. It's not, like I said, it's not a major tornado. It's not huge, but any tornado is significant, and it is doing damage. There's not much of a funnel with it, and I need to get out of the trees here to see if there's still debris being lifted up. But this is going to be about 3 miles north of Meeker, Gary.
Okay, appreciate that. Tornado warning continues over there, Meeker toward Prague and Arlington. Here's Sky News 9, and we'll check in with Jim Gardner. Jim, if you're with us audio-wise, talk to me.
Yeah, Gary, right now there's a lot of activity going around this gas station that is just, it's going to be just, trying to get my bearings here exactly what street we are on. Looks like it may be around 4th Street, around there right behind the Warren, but they're really digging in this debris right here. They backed up a tow truck, they're running a cable out, and these people are frantically digging right down through here and trying to get this debris pulled out of here. I don't know exactly what they were waving their arms. We got police officers down there, but you can see a large group of people and workers digging through this quite feverishly. And like I said, they have a tow cable to start dragging some of this debris away. So I believe there's possibly some people trapped underneath. This was a gas station. Now, as I come in, it looks like this is Telephone Road that I'm crossing over. This little road right here is Telephone Road, and around 17th and Telephone Road. But you can see all the police vehicles right there, fire department, another store right there. But it looks like they waved everybody down, and they've been frantically digging in this debris here. So hopefully that they pull somebody out alive here, Gary.
Thank you very much, sir. That's Bob Mills, Sky News 9, Jim Gardner at the helm, and over the Moore area. This is a very large tornado, obviously very powerful, and a deadly tornado from what we're hearing. You can see they're searching apparently for survivors there. It's down in the Moore area. Covered a huge area. It was on the ground for about 30 miles. That was from close to Newcastle all the way over to the lake, to the east-northeast, and then weakened there rather rapidly. Now that storm has gone on, is intensifying some just east of Meeker toward Prague and Payden, so you guys be alert to the tornado over there. Once again, you're looking at the damage recovery going on, or looking for survivors, and this is in the Moore area. Jim Gardner there in Bob Mills, Sky News 9. This, like I said, this tornado on the ground about 30 miles, close we can estimate, and it's very similar to some other tracks that we've had. It may not be as long, but it looks like it's just as severe. We don't have a count on possible casualties yet, but it doesn't look too good. And this came in, a lot of people were on the way home from work. We don't know if people have been, were caught in their cars at all, but we noticed as it was approaching Santa Fe Avenue and more, the road was covered with cars, I guess trying to get home and such, and then that tornado swept across there, so it's not a good deal at all. The warnings are very good in this part of the world, but you got to have your radios on and your TVs on to get a. Val, go ahead.
Gary, we got a tornado on the ground northeast of Meeker. Gary, about 4 miles northeast of Meeker, a new tornado has formed with the new wall cloud.
All about kids' daycare.
This thing has formed very, very quickly. I don't know if you got our stream yet or not, but this thing came out of, it formed fast. There's a new circulation that formed to the northeast of Meeker, about 4 miles, Gary.
What's size on the tornado, and what do you think about it?
4 miles approximately northeast of Meeker, new tornado formed. It's still on the ground. It is to our east, about a mile or so. Looks like it's moving due northeast at the moment to me. Okay, it's getting bigger. Gary, this thing is getting bigger. It's going to be to the northeast of Meeker. It's pretty much out over open country.
Show me where that is. Okay, that'd be right.
No big town in its path I can see right now. A little town called Payson. If you see that on your map, it's a tiny little spot on the map.
I don't see Easton. I see Arlington.
I don't see that on the map.
Oh, wow.
I
Gary,
don't see
take
it.
our stream. You can take our stream, Gary.
Okay, take David's stream.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, wow. It's like Val said, Gary, I'm 4 miles northeast of 3 miles northeast. And again, there it is. Yeah, it's like you said, it's a lot stronger than it was just a few minutes ago. But and here's the deal: we're in trees, so it's kind of hard to take our stream. We're seeing a bunch of trees right now. Yeah, but it's a lot stronger. It's definitely getting stronger as it moves northeast, Gary.
Okay, we're looking at it moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. And I'm doing a new projection on it. So it looks like it's a little south of Sparks, and it's how far is it? It's northeast or northwest of Prague. Northwest of Prague, 7.25 miles. And so we look good there. Arlington
Gary.
is moving toward Arlington. Go ahead, Hank.
Gary, I've got a small funnel developing just west of Falls Valley. I am on Highway 29 looking north about 3 miles. It's going to be very close to I-35. It might be just to the northwest or just straight west of Falls Valley. Small rotating funnel forming at this time, Gary.
Okay, quick check on Storm Shield, guys, and we'll look at that storm south on the Pauls Valley storm, about to produce a tornado down there. Big circulation, but a very persistent supercell, and it is moving. I'll move this just a minute for you here. Severe, we'll call it Pauls Valley 450, Byers 512, Stratford 521. So it's getting ready to cross Interstate 35 down there. Storm tracker Hank Brown is on that one. So you guys in around Pauls Valley, continue with your tornado warning there. He doesn't have the tornado in sight, but there is a funnel cloud with that. We continue with a tornado warning. As we look on the left there, we continue with a tornado warning over in Lincoln County, southeast Lincoln County, moving towards Southern Creek and northern Okfuskee County. So that last I heard on that one over, it was doing some damage. So a tornado warning continues over there. A tornado warning continues south. A quick check on the rest of the metro. Let me just back up here on Storm Shield. We have another storm developing west of Purcell. In the metro, we still have some showers and thunderstorms in Oklahoma County, some hail and some wind. They don't look that bad right now, so we're happy about that. But we do see more storms down just to the south. So tornado warning down here at Pauls Valley, and a tornado warning over northwest of Prague and northeast of Meeker. That's moving on over toward, it looks like it'll go south of Stroud up into Southern Creek County. So we're watching that, and let's go back to Kelly and Sky News 9.
All right, Gary, I'm sorry, we're taking information we've got it coming to us from our assignment desk and also from off the scanners as well.
Yeah, we're getting some devastating news from our crews. The Orr family farm, which is right there around the western 134th, 149th area in Moore. Our crews are telling us that Orr family farm has been destroyed.
Okay, but we're also hearing about more fatalities, folks, and we're not even going to try to keep count at this point because they're not really running a total, but there are multiple fatalities in the Moore area. If you remember the May 3rd track, it looks like this one may have been about a mile or so, or maybe 3/4 of a mile further south. But these are some of the businesses by the Warren Theater. You can see cars. That's if Jim Gardner can hear me right now. Jim, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Kelly.
Talk to us about what we're looking at, Jim.
Well, this is going to be right around Southwest 4th Street, I-35, where the tornado crossed across I-35, where we showed you that shot before we had to go get fuel, where all the cars were just crumpled up. There, they have removed all those cars. Now, as we come back to the left there, that was a medical building. The Warren Theater, the medical building's at the top center of your screen. That's where the medical building was. Also, the gas station that they were digging apparently is just tilted up right from right there. Tilt up from right, no, tilt up. Yeah, right there on the corner. That's around Southwest 4th, just west of I-35. They're still digging, frankly, now. I've been asked by OHP and some other agencies for us to clear the area, to clear the area around it because they can't hear the cry for help and everything. So we're moving off way wide here, Kelly, and going to give them all the room they need to try to listen for the people that are hollering for help here in this debris. Jim Gardner reporting live from Bob Mills, Scotty News 9. Back to you, Kelly.
Hey, Jim, hang with us here if you can. I'm going to turn my...
We're hearing there's a daycare that's right next to the medical center.
All right, so there, folks, that right there in the middle of your shot, that's the Warren Theater that sits on I-35. That's a landmark that most people know at 4th Street, and it has a substantial amount of damage. We just lost Jim's shot there. Seems like we're getting some rain here on the studios, and that may be part of the challenge that they're facing down there as well. It doesn't look like it's raining, but that tornado tracked back to the west and just a little bit south of there, all the way back to Newcastle. That's a line that might help you kind of understand what we're talking about. There you see it. That's looking back to the west, back over toward the Newcastle area, and it's just devastation right through neighborhoods. Just like last time, only about 3/4 of a mile further to the south this time.
I'm hearing from some of my friends on Facebook, and they say, Lacey's saying her sister lives in Moore. She says it's like a war zone. She's helping pull people out, devastated. Janie Brown tells me she just heard they're pulling 3rd grade children from Plaza Towers School.
Ooh,
and
yeah.
we thought that was one of the schools that had been
That was one of the schools that was hit, and we know the gym was totaled, and it looks like more of the building. Carl Torp is standing by right now. We had Carl shot there for a second. Carl, if you can hear us, go ahead and start.
Where we are, we kind of walked just a few blocks from where we were reporting from earlier. I want to point out what's going on here behind me. This is basically a crew of people going through debris looking for a 17-year-old girl who tried to ride out the storm inside there. They don't know where she is. No one can find her. And just where we are right now, and that's her father over there, just trying to go through and we still it out. Just where we are, there's also a 4-year-old boy, we're told by neighbors, that did not make it, and also a 3-month-old baby that we saw a police officer holding, and neighbors told us that the baby did not make it either. So that's just kind of within just a few houses of where we are right now.
Carl, can you repeat that last part?
That it looks like they're looking for the 17-year-old girl, but we also saw a police officer actually holding a baby. The baby was wrapped in a blanket, and we were told by neighbors, and we haven't heard from police, we were told by neighbors the baby did not make it. A 3-month-old baby did not make it, and also heard that just where we are right here, a 4-year-old boy also didn't make it. This is what we're hearing from neighbors, though, just in the immediate area.
Okay, Carl Torp, it's a tragic, heartbreaking scene down there. It is very much like it was May 3rd of 1999, which we never thought we would see another storm like that. And here we are, not too far removed from that. And we're looking at the exact same kind of situation down there, folks. And I got to tell you, from the shots we've seen from the air, some of this looks more devastating than May 3rd to me. Maybe more homes. It may have gone through more of a densely populated area. Go ahead, I'm going to listen to the scanners, Amanda.
Yeah, and
I know
if we
you're
can
getting
even,
information.
I am, and if we can even listen in to Carl, I don't know if he's actually interviewing that lady.
But this is 149.
Okay, he's probably just getting some information. As soon as we get something more from him, we'll check in with him. We have learned they have put up a no-fly zone around the Moore area, and what that means is they're trying to keep a distance. So we're getting, this is going to be earlier video from Bob Mills Sky News 9 HD of the devastation there. We believe this is Briarwood Elementary School, where they were searching for any kids that might be in there. But they have put up a no-fly zone around Moore, and what they're trying to do is keep any helicopters away from the area so they can listen. And what they're listening for survivors. So we're complying with that. We're staying back a little bit. So we're going to get you some ground shots. We're going to show you some video from earlier on. We're going to work on getting the newest information. As for that Briarwood Elementary School, I know we are all still waiting to hear the very latest on what's happening there. We are still working on getting information out of there. We understand that some people were bringing kids. It looked like they were bringing kids out from the school, but the gentleman who was doing that said, no, these are kids from a daycare. The daycare is right next to the school. And so we've seen now, or heard at least, of 2 families bringing kids from the daycare. So it appears like the kids are okay there. We have not gotten word yet, though, from the Briarwood Elementary School, although we still are working on getting information. But you can see the devastation there. It's really difficult right now to even get through street by street by street. Heard, too, they were just transported somebody critical from Southwest 104th and Western, so that's going to be north of that neighborhood there that we're looking at. Transported somebody critical, and unfortunately we've heard now from Carl that just from his scene there, a 3-month-old baby has died, as well as a 4-year-old child. Kelly, are you listening to some scanners?
I'm still listening to scanners, and I'm monitoring more fire and more police, more emergency management, and the more hospital at this point. And I am frequently hearing more fatalities, and I'm going to be very careful about releasing the location of those, because I don't want to unduly alarm people. So as I get more information on it, I'll pass it along. But it's enough to say that there have been a number of people in this Moore area, especially west of I-35, and there may be a few east of I-35 as well, that have been killed by this in just huge tornado that blew through Moore at about 3:15, started at 2:52, really down around I-44 in the Newcastle area, and tracked across southwest Oklahoma City into Moore. And it was a huge tornado. We knew it was going to be bad. And it was it tracked right through a heavily populated area.
At about 3:11, David Payne was right there on the scene at 134th and Penn, and his words, and I quote, "Homes are totally leveled. Homes are disappearing right in front of us." And this is the devastation. This is the aftermath here of this tornado. Earlier on, we also saw some shots. I want to give you an update from Bob Mills, Sky News 9 HD. They were showing us, looked like right behind the Warren Theater, it was a gas station that was leveled. And we believe that people were trapped there, and they were searching for a woman. Looking up that location, that is the 7-Eleven right there off Telephone Road near Southwest 4th Street. And so they are still actively searching that gas station for anyone who may be trapped.
We understand that Evan Anderson, another one of our reporters, is down around Southwest 19th and Santa Fe. This is going to be by the Moore Golf and Athletic Club, kind of down in that area. Evan, if you can hear us, tell us what you're seeing down there. Okay, we may have lost him, guys. You might have to just start him on the phone.
Kelly and Amanda, if you can hear me, we just ran back at some shoddy cell service, but if you can hear me at this moment, we are at the corner of Santa Fe Avenue and Southwest 19th. Mass destruction as far as the eye can see. Really, words can't explain this. I just want to turn back this way here, or he's pointing over here. But actually, if you look down this way, people are sitting around, walking around, looking for loved ones, trying to find things here. Taking a straight shot here down Santa Fe Avenue, lines completely down. No one is really driving through here at this point. Police are asking anybody that is not from the Moore area, especially in the worst hit areas, a path of destruction, to please stay out the way and let emergency vehicles come through. I just want to say, had a number of people come up to us. These scenes very reminiscent of May 3rd, 1999, if not worse. We've seen complete structures completely leveled on the way in here. Shopping centers, as soon as you come off I-35, completely destroyed. We're talking to people trying to find their cars, trying to find out where they've been thrown to. This CVS here is actually helping people out, trying to give out water and do anything they can to help. There is no power, obviously, so people are just trying to kind of scour through. A lot of people didn't realize all this destruction. Some were taking cover inside the CVS pharmacy right here on the corner of Southwest 19th and Santa Fe Avenue, walked outside to see this. I want to take a look down this way, too. If you can see, point in over here, several yards from where I am, you can see homes completely obliterated. These homes here, see how the tornado kind of skipped around. There's still some rooftops on this end, but if you take a closer look down the way, you can see that homes are no more. It's just piles of debris right now. I think at this point, people are just shell-shocked. They're still walking around looking here. Here's a young man here. Where are you going?
My house right here on 16th. My kids are supposed to be safe, and my wife, and me and the dogs got in the closet. And it wasn't pressure. You really couldn't feel the pressure. You could just hear it. And then the house caved down. The door hit me first, and then everything was just like ricocheting off the door. I mean,
Tell me where are you?
Fell on you, you would feel it. You know what I mean?
Where do you live? Where is your home?
I live this first street, 16th Street. I live right there. You see those trees? I mean, you can see somewhat of a house. My house is just gone, man. And I was in there. I don't know how to put it into words. 20 seconds went by and it was still happening. I was like, if this is it, I want to see it. And I looked out and I don't know how to explain what I saw, man.
Is your house leveled? Is it anything that's out?
There's nothing there, man. It's leveled, gone, nothing. I mean, nothing. I don't know how we survived. The three of us were in the closet covered. I have no clue.
You got your two dogs here. They're okay. A little shaken, obviously. Who all was in the house with you?
It was just us three. My kids were supposed to be with my mom in a shelter, and my wife works down here in Qdoba, and they were supposed to leave, and I can't get a hold of anybody. I don't know what to do. This is my home for tonight.
Way to get better. Thank you for talking
to us, sir. At least we're alive, you know?
That's the most important part. People are alive. We're going to get stories like that for quite some time. People all across this area who are still shocked, still walking around really in awe, not really understanding what's going on at this point. We'll have updates here in a little bit. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Evan Anderson at Southwest 19th and Moore area. We have also, and we're all been sitting on the edge of our seats waiting to hear more about this Briarwood Elementary School. You're looking at some of the destruction from the area from earlier on. Well, Carl Torp has made his way now to the elementary school. We want to get an update from Carl. Carl?
Yeah, Bryant. Okay. Hold on, let me get situated here.
Carl, we know you're getting situated,
but
but
the school,
go
obviously,
ahead.
And we're getting our first shots here on the ground. You can see all the cars here in the parking lot. The school itself, and I know we've seen some shots from the air, absolutely obliterated. I just talked with a neighbor who said all the kids are accounted for. I asked her about injuries. She was not sure. We spoke to another lady here who said, you know, all the people that rode up the storm, they sheltered and they're okay. Right when this thing came through, right, they came here to the school. So they're just trying to assess the situation, but obviously we have a perimeter around the school. And yes, according to a neighbor, and we hope to learn more, but all the students are accounted for right now. Whether or not, how many of them were injured, we don't know at the moment, but we're going to try to find that out. Kelly and Amanda?
Okay, that is the best news we have heard in quite some time, Carl, that all the kids at Briarwood Elementary School have been accounted for. As for injuries, we're still working on getting that information. You can tell that the school severely damaged, but all the kids have been accounted for. Also getting word from the National Weather Service that when this tornado went through the Moore area, it looks like about 3:36 p.m., they have a preliminary report of this tornado as an EF4. That's the timing. I mean, obviously it went through before. Okay. So from 2:56 to 3:36 is when they tracked this storm?
Correct. 2:56
Gotcha.
to 3:36, so 40 minutes on the ground. And it was big most of the time and chewing everything up. And we're preparing a map for you that will show you the track here in just a moment, a little bit better, where you can see some of the streets. But it's fair to say it's in the West Moore area primarily, just a little bit across I-35 where we had damage, but mainly west of I-35, behind the Warren Theater, back to the west-southwest from there, and then almost all the way back down to I-44. That gives you a good idea of how long this thing was on the ground. And there's the National Weather Service map. Might help you a little bit, but we're making you one that you can see some of the streets on a little bit better. And when we get Sky News 9 back up, it would be good if we'd get a shot back over by the Warren Theater, because I'm hearing that the bowling alley is an area they're working over there that's right by the Warren Theater.
Our Adriana Vashensky is also in the area. She's going to be live for us at the Moore Medical Center. Let's check in with her. Adriana?
Well, Amanda, right now we are at the corner of Southwest 4th and Telephone Road, and as you can see, we are at ground zero. We have devastation all around us. This is where the tornado tore through, and there was a 7-Eleven right there at the corner, and we are told that there were people found dead inside. There were at least 3 fatalities that we know of. Now, right over here, that is actually the Moore Medical Center right there. It has been destroyed. They have taken everyone out of there, but as you can see, it is lying in ruins. We've got fire trucks here. We've got Cache and Oklahoma police here. I mean, departments from all over helping with this effort. Now, I am joining Derek over here. Derek, you were actually around here and actually helped try to recover some of the folks here, right?
Yeah, I was storm chasing in. We heard about everyone needed help. We came in and we pulled up over here, and everyone was already at the 7-Eleven trying to pull cooler doors off and everything, and they got a record truck in, and sadly they found a man and then a woman and a small baby.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what to say about that. That's horrible. Are you okay? Are you and yours? I mean, looking around here, this is horrible to see this. One thing we did hear, though, is there is a daycare nearby, the Agape Child Care Center, and they do tell me that everyone made it out of the Agape Child Care Center alive. Those kids are accounted for, and they are okay. I've had several people come here and tell me that they're okay, and they wanted to make sure they got the news out here. But, I mean, look at this. We're looking at total devastation. Again, we are at the corner of Telephone Road and Southwest 4th Street. Over there, you can see the tornado tore through this area, ripped through this area. We have people coming on foot because all the roads leading in here are pretty much blocked up because people are trying to get through, and they are being stopped and told, if you want to see if everyone's okay, you're going to have to walk. But it's dangerous. We have power lines down. We have debris all over. It's a huge debris field around here. We were driving in, from Oklahoma City, and it's a parking lot trying to get through here. But I can tell you this, we have, horrible news here that just there on the corner, we know of at least 3 people whose lives were claimed in this tornado, and I'm sure we've got several more. Reporting live in Moore, Adriana Ivashinsky, News 9.
Right, Adriana, if you can hear me and check while you're on the ground down there, you might check on the bowling alley where I've been hearing some reports that I can't tell if they've set up triage there or if they have several people who are trapped at the bowling alley. It's kind of it's right by the Warren Theater. So if you can check that, we'll check back in with you.
And she's checking
We'll have to check. We're about 4 blocks away from that, and getting to that is going to be a challenge, but we'll see what we can do. I mean, they've got a lot to do right here and just all through Moore. It's horrible. Horrible. It's like a war zone out here.
All right. Adriana Ivashinsky reporting live for us, and we are continuing our coverage of this deadly tornado. You are watching live coverage at News 9 at 5 o'clock.
Let's get back over to Gary for an update on the storms that are ongoing. Gary?
All right, let's take a look at Storm Shield, and we'll see what storms are going and what warnings we have. The storm moving up towards Stroud. You guys, that one has had a tornado warning on it. We'll have to watch for it. It still has a circulation. It'll soon be passing into Creek County. Looks like it'll go south, you guys, in Stroud to your southeast, and then toward Depew and Bristow. So that one's just about to move out of Lincoln County. A few showers, thunderstorms across the metro, some west of Stillwater. They're not significant, some near Will Rogers. This one has intensified fairly rapidly near west of Purcell. It has probably some quarter-size hail with it, moving northeast 30 miles an hour. So it's going to affect Purcell and Lexington and maybe parts of far south Norman. Right now it's headed, looks like just a little bit to the east of Lake Thunderbird. And this storm down here, a little bit disorganized at the moment. Showers, thunderstorms with it, no tornado warning. That one's gone. And you could still have a tornado develop with these storms down near Ringling and Hilton moving toward the Ardmore area. But that's a very strong to severe. This one's still potentially severe. This one could produce severe weather. But as far as strong tornadic circulations, none in central Oklahoma, except we still have a moderate circulation over here to the east of Oklahoma City, and it's moving on out. So that kind of updates where we are. Michael, you have anything?
Well, I was just going to mention, Gary, I think that tornado warning does continue until 5:15 for the storm that's back a little bit further to the east, but the rotation does not look real intense with it, Gary. That's the one that passed over Pauls Valley. Listen, we've had guys all around these storms, and they just dropped it. Okay, so this storm has some rotation, but it's very weak, honestly, and so we haven't seen any tornadoes. We've had guys all over these. And this storm down here does continue quite intense down near the Red River. That'll be moving up toward Ardmore in about the next 30 minutes to an hour. So you guys out in Ardmore, just stay aware. Have any indications of a strong tornado or anything like that with it at this moment. So that, really, it looks like the most intense storm is the one up near Stroud. So, guys.
All right, Michael, thank you. We are also getting word from Briarwood Elementary School. This is the elementary school we've been watching so closely because it just looked like the school was destroyed.
It was flattened. It was really flattened. We're going to go to Carl Torp, who has an interview, has been talking with one of the teachers there. We want to see what the situation is there. Carl?
Any idea on the kinds of injuries we're seeing?
There's some head injuries and cuts and things like that, but things falling on us. that there was like a head injury, but I think she's going to be okay.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Kelly and Amanda, that's the latest from the school. Again, all the kids are accounted for, and the injuries appear to be minor right now, as we heard from a teacher.
Well, that is some good news.
Carl, if you can hear us, would you repeat what she said, because your audio was really spotty there for a moment, on where she said the kids were? Okay. Guys, in Sub-A, relay that information to them. We'll come back. I'd like to know an explanation about how the kids survived their school being leveled like this, basically. The teachers and the staff there did a fantastic job. If all the kids are okay there, that's a miracle. It really is.
We're also getting word that Highland East Middle School got hit as well. No word on any injuries or the extent of damage there, but that's another school in the area that we heard was hit. Police also confirmed what Adriani Wyszynski was telling us earlier. They do confirm 3 people dead there at the 7-Eleven store.
Yeah. Well, we know, sadly, that the number is going to go up because you can't have homes like that destroyed, cars like that destroyed on the interstate. And, you know, it's such a difficult call for the schools at that point. Do you hold the kids? You don't want to let them out in school buses. You don't want school buses running out there in this weather either. And you know, the safest place for them is going to be inside a building.
OHP now confirming that I-35 is still closed both directions north of Highway 9 in Norman and south of I-240. Again, I-35 is closed. They have a police command post they've set up at the Moore Community Center there at 4th and I-35. And they've also turned the Warren, which has also been damaged, but they've turned the Warren into a triage center for the injured because that's a location right there on the edge of some of that damage.
Now, we did get information back from Carl on how the kids survived there at Briarwood Elementary. He said the kids were in the hallway. That's where they always taught us to go, the hallway.
Right.
And you did the duck and cover drill, and that some of them were under their desks. And some minor injuries and 1 head injury apparently at Briarwood. But I'm telling you, if that's as bad as it is there, that is definitely a miracle.
And IMSA is confirming that all the kids are accounted for from that school. That is a miracle indeed.
Video on the right from earlier today, video on the left. I'm not sure where that shot is coming to us from. That looks like it's a mast cam shot from one of our live trucks at Sub-A. If you can let me know where that is from. Is that the Orr family farm by any chance out there?
Yeah, that looks pretty accurate.
Well, we'll find out. But
we are getting word about the Orr family
farm.
Though.
There's an aerial shot from a little while ago. Yeah, the Orr family farm took a hit. And that's a popular place for people to take field trips and big pumpkin patch and all sorts of stuff down there. I think that's it. 149th and Western looking east, that shot on the left. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
There are people taking now to social media, families trapped in their shelter, and they're asking for help getting them out. Because you can see if a shelter's underneath all that rubble, they're going to be having to dig for quite some time to get to those families.
Yeah, I think that shot on the left, it may be the Orr family farm. It is certainly in that area out there, 149th, and it's right there at that intersection as well.
The cell phone networks also, we're hearing, they are getting clogged down there just like the roads can. So we've been asked to relay to our viewers that if you are in the damaged area, to use text messaging whenever possible to communicate with your loved ones. That's going to use less bandwidth, if you will. Less information needs to be used when you send a text message. So if you're down in that area, it's going to free up some of the cell phone lines if you can just use text messaging opposed to calling. We definitely want to make sure the emergency responders can make and use and receive those life-saving calls that they need to today. So just if you're in that area, something to keep in mind. We're also hearing there is a Tinker Federal Credit Union there at Southwest 6th Street, and it has been, they say, considerably damaged, and it is closed indefinitely. We're getting our first view here of a lot of the damage in the Moore area. Kelly's currently listening to scanners and getting information. Our meteorologists are also tracking any other storms that might be popping up out there.
I'll tell you what they're doing right now. They're going neighborhood to neighborhood right now. I mean, you know, they do that rush in, that initial check looking for people who might have survived and are under the rubble. Now they're being more methodical about it. They're kind of taking the west side of Moore in a grid, and they're going neighborhood by neighborhood. They have several, they have the command post set up at Warren, they're calling for a search and rescue at the 4th and Tower. So this is what is going on right now. They're going methodically through the neighborhoods, asking if anyone has been hurt, if anyone needs to be transported, if every home has been checked, and then sending them to triage centers and so forth. A lot of the people, we remember this from the May 3rd tornado, a lot of the people were transported to hospitals in private vehicles, majority.
They're setting up a triage center at the Warren Theater right now, and maybe what we're looking at right now is just some person in shock, because we've seen a lot of that. When Michael Konopasek got there on the scene, he was one of our first reporters. He just said there are tears in people's eyes, and they're just running toward the devastation. They were running at the time toward the school. We can see Evan Anderson there. He's been in a hard-hit area. And if Evan can hear us, we'd love to get an update from him. Evan, if you can hear us, give us an update.
We are in the path to destruction. You've been taking live looks for the past couple of minutes. People are still in shell shock, as I was saying, and people are walking around right now, just taking a look down here. And I want to stress, because police are asking, if you do not live in this area of Moore, again, we're on Southwest 19th Street in Santa Fe, to not come over here and take pictures and things like that. But people are really trying to just figure out what's going on, where their loved ones are, make sure everyone is accounted for. You're taking a look now at power lines completely toppled over, no power anywhere in this area. Walgreens completely obliterated over here. We talked to one guy who said his home completely wiped off its foundation, pushing his 2 dogs, had 2 children inside, said they were in there, rode out the storm. He took a look outside and saw the massive tornado literally going over his home. None of them were hurt so far. We do expect, though, as police are saying, multiple casualties after this. We expect to be out here a little longer, and just looking around, lots of dogs running around, reminiscent of any tornado seen. Looks a lot like about 13, 14 years ago, May 3rd, 1999. These 2 young guys here, where are you guys coming from?
Southmore. We were just going to check on our friends.
Okay, how's he doing?
Everyone's doing all right, I think.
Okay, anybody you know that got their homes?
My brother lives right down that way. His home doesn't look too good.
Okay, what about you?
Most of my friends, I don't know, I just seen a lot of people walking. I mean, most people don't know how their houses are going.
So are you okay? Everything
I'm fine.
okay?
I just want to know where the OG&E trucks are so people can get their kids out of the 2 schools down here.
Yeah, and we're here.
I've seen one in the last 3 hours.
People wondering, again, sir, what school? Sir, which school?
South Moore and then a grade school down there.
He said South Moore and another grade school down the street. Right from your house? What are you seeing across the street from your house, ma'am?
I live Westmore in 19th. Harvey, right here. Everything is gone. The school, some of it's still standing, but it's a lot of kids up there. I think it hit right when school was getting ready to get out. I crawled out.
This is Westmore. Which one? Westmore?
This Westmore neighborhood here.
Okay, what's the school?
147. Okay. There's a lot of children out there, and there's a lot of officers up the street. Our street is totally gone. I don't know where my car is. There's a lot of people that were waiting on their children to get out of school, and the cars are smashed all into each other. Some of them burned, I think, and luckily I had a hole that I could crawl up out of. I was in my closet, and the dog was blocking me to get out. Get down. You dirtied him up. Okay.
So you were inside a closet. You wrote it out in the closet with your dog.
I crawled. I got out.
So you're okay.
I'm going over here to CVS to get oxygen. Okay. I need oxygen, and it's hard to get it because they got other people up there. I did hear a woman might have lost a baby up there. Okay. I'm not for sure.
Take care. Thank you. Number of stories we're hearing right now. This woman here who rode out the storm in her home in Southmore neighborhood. We're getting reports of students trapped inside of this school. People are wondering where crews are, but again, they are out here, and they're working as fast and as hard as they can to get things it's somewhat normal that that's possible at this point. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Evan, video on the right is of this tornado earlier as it was ripping across southwest Oklahoma City. I have been listening to the scanners, and I can tell you now, I'm beginning to get a clearer picture of some of the damage now. There's going to be quite a bit of damage on the east side of I-35 as well. It hit the many homes on the west side, back west of the Warren Theater, hit the Warren Theater, crossed I-35, and then up in the 4th Street area, it kind of traveled parallel along 4th Street of Moore, past Tower Drive, past Broadway, over to Eastern. I just heard 2 Midwest City fire trucks and a Nichols Hills fire truck have teamed up, and they're going to canvass the area around 4th and Eastern, which is a half a mile to the east of I-35 in Moore. So right now I'm hearing a woman who's trapped in a bathtub, and I'm having a hard time understanding some of these streets, but a woman still finding people under debris down there.
Yes, they sure are, Kelly, and I want to pass along some information for people who have been displaced. If you know somebody and you're in communication with somebody that needs a place to stay, Graceway Baptist Church is available for anyone who's been displaced. They're at 1100 Southwest 104th Street in Oklahoma City. Graceway Baptist Church, they're taking anybody who's been displaced.
We have Betsy Randolph with the Highway Patrol with us on the phone. Betsy, tell us what the Highway Patrol is doing right now.
Brother, we are out in full force. We've summoned all of our help from all over the state to help us as we go house to house to search for victims. We know we've got people still trapped right now. We've obviously got a lot of congestion just in the city of Moore on the interstate. In fact, we've got I-35 shut down from Highway 9 going north and 240 going south, and both directions are shut down. We do have traffic that's at a standstill on the interstate and even off on our side roads. So we're asking folks to please stay away from the area if you can. We know that you're concerned if you've got friends, family, loved ones, or maybe even a house with pets. We understand all that. Right now, our main concern is getting to those people that are still trapped right now and hoping that we can save lives today.
Trooper Betsy Randolph, we saw some video earlier on from not too far from the Warren Theater there on I-35 where cars were just crumpled. Can you give us any update on the situation right after the tornado went through on the highways?
Well, I can just tell you, after being down here for the May 3rd tornado, I think this far exceeds that damage. The devastation that I've seen firsthand down here today, I just can't explain it. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. Cars on top of buildings overturned, power lines down, people walking around bleeding. I mean, it's just, it's unbelievable. We've got so many people that are out moving around taking pictures. A few moments ago, I helped a lady that had some deep gouges in her back, washing those off and putting bandages on her and then giving her a ride over to where the triage center is there at the Warren Theater. And she was telling me how insulted she was that people would drive by taking her picture. Guys, we can do better than that. We're Oklahomans where we don't take pictures of people that are hurt. We help people, and we don't need to be out in the way. If you see emergency vehicles trying to get around, remember, state law requires that you yield immediately to the right. Don't try to move a different direction thinking you're going to help them out. You yield to the right so we can get around you and get to these folks that are trapped and are desperate to get out from underneath this rubble tonight.
All right, Betsy Randolph, emotional plea there. I mean, it's something quite different, folks, when you are on the scene and see this and experience it. It's terrible enough watching it on your TV, but down there in it, it's heartbreaking. And Betsy, we appreciate the update. We'll check back in with you a little bit later. I want to ask the control room, what's the shot we're looking at on the left there with all the emergency vehicles? Do you know what street that is, guys? Whose mass cam that is? That's Santa Fe? That's 4th and Telephone. The headquarters, the command post is set up not too far from there. It's at Home Depot and 19th Street, kind of by the big Walmart down there.
4th and Telephone, that's going to be right near that 7-Eleven.
Right.
Where we heard earlier on, three people lost their lives. Also getting word at the Journey Church. They are also open as a relief center there. They have food, water, and also shelter. And so they wanted to get the word out. That is Journey Church in Norman.
Michael, let's come over to you and Gary and get an update on what's going on with the weather right now.
Okay, yeah, we can do that on Storm Shield. Let's take a broad view along the state. I have seen some new development up southwest of Stillwater. There's a severe thunderstorm 5 miles east of Mulhall, north of Guthrie. This thing could have some quarter-size hail and some winds to 60 with it as it moves up towards Stillwater. So we're still watching this area. It's still unstable. Temperatures in the 70s and dew points in the 60s. So these storms could still get quite severe. I'm going to back out and go back down to the south now. So we have another storm that's moving up the Turner Turnpike that's near Bristow. That one does have some rotation. Really nothing going on around the metro at all right now. A small storm that's down north of Purcell at this time. It's severe, could produce some hail, but at the moment it doesn't look too ugly at this particular time. This storm has been weakening north of Stratford, moving up towards southeastern parts of Pottawatomie County into Seminole County. We'll keep a close eye on it. Some other storms around Ada, those are not particularly strong at this time. The storm that's really probably the strongest in the state right now, as far as we're concerned, is west of Ardmore near Reeling and Hilton, and that storm does still have the potential for some very large hail with it. And also back to the south and west down near Waurika and Ryan, still an intense supercell down there, but the rotational part of that storm is actually south of the Red River at this time. So a lot of the area still seeing some thunderstorms. The good thing is they are nowhere near the intensity of what we've already seen today, nowhere close. So there's no large tornadoes on the ground to our knowledge at all with any of these storms. There's no tornadoes confirmed in anywhere in our viewing area at this time. So for those of you who may be concerned about storms, at this moment, it looks okay. Okay, so we'll continue to watch it. If it gets worse, we'll break right back in and let you know, guys.
All right, Michael, I want to pass along, because as we watch this devastation, as we have a chance to look and see what this deadly tornado has caused, we're all sitting here wondering what we can do to help. Well, we at News 9, we want to get involved, and we want you to as well. We're going to start accepting donations right here in our News 9 studios. And I'm going to give you a list of things that we know that they're going to need, and above all, cash is going to top that list. If you turn over cash to us, we're going to make sure we turn it directly over to the Red Cross for their Oklahoma relief. If you want to drop off a check here to the News 9 studios, we're at 7401 North Kelly, right at the corner of Wilshire and Kelly. The checks need to be written out to Oklahoma Relief Red Cross. That way that money's going to stay right here in Oklahoma. Now,
all right, let's check in with Adriana Ivashinsky, who's been down in that area of 4th and Telephone Road down there in the Moore area. Let's check in with her now for an update. Adriana?
Hi there, Kelly. Yeah, we're still here at Telephone Road and Southwest 4th Street, and people are just walking all around here trying to literally take in all of this devastation. Many are just trying to make sure that their loved ones who lived in this neighborhood behind this 7-Eleven are okay. We've seen a lot of walking wounded. The worst that we've heard has happened right there at that intersection right there. That was a 7-Eleven, and I talked to a man who said he actually helped pull people out of that 7-Eleven, and there were 3 bodies that were found inside. He tells me it was a man, a woman, and a baby. So horrible news here at the intersection of Telephone Road and Southwest 4th Street when it comes to that. And also, we do have some good news. I've been approached by parents and teachers from the Agape Land Child Care Center that was located right across the street near the Moore Medical Center, and they tell me that everyone that was inside there made it out okay. All the children are okay. They were inside the building when the tornado hit, but they made it out alive, thank God. But you can see this is just a war zone out here. We've got power lines down. We have power poles barely standing up. It's just horrible. We've got emergency crews from all around. We've seen Edmond here. We've seen Moore Police. Jones City are here as well. And people just walking from all around, seeing what they can do to help pull rubble off of people. 4 blocks away from us is where the Warren Theater is, and that is where they have set up a triage center, we understand. And the only way you can get there is to walk, but that is where they have set a triage where they are treating patients, and that is really where people can go to see if their loved ones, if their friends that live in this area, if they're worried about them. That is where you need to go. But the problem is this: all the roads in and around this area are either packed with cars trying to get through or blocked because of the devastation and because it's just dangerous to get around here. We've got a power line right down in front of us. Thankfully, it's not live and it's not arcing, but it's a dangerous situation out here. And right now, the best way to get around is by foot and try to stay out of the way of the emergency crews that are out here. It's just horrible. It reminds me so much of May 3rd, 1999, and almost worse, because it's just unreal to see this all over again. It looks like a nuclear bomb went off right here. Kelly, back to you.
The damage is incredible, and I got to tell you, from the aerials we have seen so far, the damage does look worse. That's a first glance at it, but the trail looks longer and wider, and it just looks like there's more devastation down there altogether.
We're going to get another look here. This is earlier on from Sky News 9, Bob Mills, Sky News 9 HD, but we're setting the chopper back up. There has been some flight restrictions in that area, and that's because they are desperately searching for anyone who may still be alive. They want to be able to hear the littlest of sounds. That's why they're asking all news helicopters to stay away from that area so they can hear any survivors. Right now, there are some parents who may be listening to our coverage, and you may know them. I need to pass along a message because they are probably incredibly worried right now. St. Anthony's South Healthplex. They have a 3-year-old little boy that came in from A Step Above Learning Center. Okay, they have a 3-year-old little boy there, and he knows the name of his parents, Keith and Melanie Thompson. They want us to pass along. If you are Keith or Melanie Thompson, you know them. If they hear this, they need to call the Healthplex Center. I'm going to give you the number, 272-7955. 272-7955. Again, a 3-year-old little boy has come in without his parents, but he is safe. He's at the St. Anthony's South Healthplex. If you are missing some of your loved ones, there is a place you can go right now.
Yeah, the Red Cross has set it up, but I just went there, and there's people who have a chance can go there and register, but there's really, I didn't find much going on there yet.
Okay, I was going to say it's safeandwell.org, but as Kelly mentioned, it's probably too fresh, too new to have anything going on there. But again, if you're in that area, you may want to text message opposed to picking up the phone and calling. That's why it will help keep those phone lines open, those cell phone lines open for emergency personnel who's in that area.
Listen, the fire department down in Moore right now talking about Highland East, which is a school that was apparently damaged by the tornado, but their understanding is that there was no one hurt at Highland East. The kids were actually out waiting out front to go home after the tornado came through. But we know at least 2 or 3 schools down in the area were hit.
Just getting this information too, and this is the Oklahoma Standard right here. We're going to be hearing more and more about this. The University of Oklahoma is opening up spaces in their housing area for displaced families. So if you know someone or you are someone who has had their house damaged or destroyed, the University of Oklahoma, they do have housing there that they're going to open up for you guys. I'll pass along the number. You can write it down if you have a chance. 325-2511. 325-2511. That's going to be University of Oklahoma, and they're opening up houses for those displaced.
There's a flight down the damage line that Jim Gardner showed us earlier. I think the shot on the left, I think that's around 149th and Western. That may be the Orr, part of the Orr family farm down there. Let me, Amanda, go ahead for a second.
Sure thing. Kelly's.
I'm monitoring the scanner.
Now we're watching on the right-hand side, Bob Mills, Sky News 9 HD. These are live pictures. Jim Gardner is up in the air piloting Sky News 9. Jim, we are just looking, we've been looking at your video, and we are looking right now at this devastation of the track of this deadly tornado. Give us an update from what you're seeing.
That's right, Amanda, and it's a very large track. Like Gary said, it was on the ground for about, I believe, almost 30 miles is the track. But it almost took the exact same track as May 3rd, 1999. The only difference is once it crossed I-35, it bent more easterly and went straight east towards Lake Draper instead of going up towards Tinker. Now, they have put up a flight restriction over this area, which is 3 miles and 2,700 feet AGL, which means we got to go up to 3,300 to 3,400 feet above to maintain clearance of that TFR, that temporary flight restriction that they put up over this area, because they were having a hard time with all the helicopters hearing for people cries for help, which doesn't bother me a bit. I would be more than happy to get out of the area and to get away to let these rescuers go in there and search for people. Right now they got the OHP Oklahoma City helicopters down there going way down in the rural areas, because like I said in earlier reports, even though the devastation is through here, out where it started down towards around Newcastle and stuff. A lot of rural areas. A lot of the homes are just completely gone through there also, and there's no emergency crews or anything down there. So we don't know if those people in rural areas are trapped or not. So we're going to give them a lot of space to work. Again, there's just, all afternoon they bringing heavy equipment in now to start moving some of this debris to start looking for people. And, I'm hoping for the best, but I'm fearing the worst here since this tornado seemed to have hit several schools. And, I mean, when it hit them, it absolutely just took them away. There's nothing left. Just like Adriana's report a moment ago when we were shooting that gas station at Southwest 4th and Telephone Road just east of I-35, they found the man, woman, and the child in the freezer, and unfortunately they didn't make it. Now I-35 is shut down coming northbound at Indian Hills Road. They're taking people off there, diverting them over to Sooner Road. So Sooner Road is just a parking lot also because there's so much traffic traveling on Sooner right now. So all the side streets around east and west of I-35, I haven't been up north to find out. You probably know where they've shut I-35 down coming southbound, but all the side streets are just pretty much a parking lot due to heavy traffic and diverting this around I-35. So as we get more details, I mean, there's just not too much we can tell you anymore. Everything is just gone through this area, and but we'll just keep you updated, and if we hear of anything, we'll let you know. Jim Gardner reporting live from Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Back to you.
Jim, if you still have me, I want to ask you guys, can you show us the damage that is east of the Warren Theater? We've seen so much of the damage on the west side. We know the tornado crossed I-35, okay, and into that neighborhood, and that damage, we're getting reports of damage up all the way up to 4th Street. Yeah, there you can see it on the right side of your screen. That's 4th Street.
That's it. That's on the east side of I-35.
Right.
Now, as we follow, I'm going to roll around here real slowly. You can see it. You can see the cars spread out in that field there where it took the cars off the road there and scattered them out in the field. Now, as we pull back some more, you're going to see the path going up to. Now, this is where it gets kind of different from May 3rd, 1999. Rich, can you pan up? Just pan up, follow the path wide. There, you'll be able to see where it took more of an easterly path. Now, I'm directly north-south right now with the nose pointing to the north right now. So looking out my right-hand door, you can see that's pretty much of an easterly direction straight off to Lake Draper. When you pan up a little more, you're going to see Lake Draper in the top of your screen come into view as it comes up here. There's Lake Draper. So just right before Lake Draper, that's where the shot we showed you, the tornado roped out and ended right there before it got to the water treatment plant there at Lake Draper. So again, there's still damage along here, but you can see where the path, it got narrow as it was really wide west of I-35. It started narrowing down as it crossed I-35 to the east, got smaller, and to where it was only maybe 50 yards to 100 yards wide at the end. But still, whatever it hit, Kelly and Amanda, it completely wiped clean. So again, this is going to be a long, really long process to go through all this damage and try to account for people and to get names, and relatives will call, and finally, people that are missing and still hadn't checked in. That's the people that are really going to be hard looking for and stuff. So, just get ready to set back, and this is going to be a very, very long process.
Jim, is that, I'm trying to get a handle on what street that is. Is that eastern? What?
That is eastern that I'm flying over right now. That's going to be going north-south out my door.
I mean, there's a lot of damage on the east side of I-35.
Yeah, Eastern Avenue. Right now we're northeast 21st Street and Eastern Avenue, shooting back to the south there as the Rich comes on around a little more to the right. You're going to see more high school there, I believe, coming into view. Let me find out where he's shooting here. Okay, yeah, he's shooting towards I-35. We'll pull out a little bit here and stuff. That's eastern right there. And then you're going to see I-35, Kelly.
Okay. I mean, we've seen so much of the damage on the west side of I-35, but the east side of I-35 took a real hit too.
It did. Like I said, it narrowed.
Look at that. There's a whole neighborhood there.
This is where it crossed. This is east I-35. That's eastern right there. I'm not quite sure what road that is that we're going to cross. Right. And Rich made a point. This is where it kind of came through before, because most of these houses are in here are brand new, Kelly.
Yeah.
But anyway, as he tracks this damage, you'll see it narrow down.
That could be 19th Street in there, bud.
We're right here at the end. It only gets to where it's maybe 50 yards wide. But like I said before, Kelly, whatever it hit, it absolutely took. There was no, let's just take the roof off or leave the building standing. No, it wiped it down to the foundations.
Yeah, Jim, okay, that's look at that. I mean, it's just, those homes are splintered. This is on the east side of I-35. So much of what's been going on has been focused on the west side, but folks, we have tremendous amount of structural and damage and human loss, I'm sure, over there as well. So this tornado crossed right through the heart of Moore.
You see people walking down, but you don't see any emergency crews over here. In fact, I'm looking, you don't even really see a fire truck over in this area. Now, we got an ambulance right there. There's another ambulance, but that's about all we've seen as far as emergency personnel. But, with something like this and as devastating as Kelly, I mean, we're stretched to the limit. When I took off from Norman Westheimer, I flew over to Norman Hospital there, and all their ambulances had their lights flash and stuff. They were bringing people into Norman and stuff. So, everybody's just getting inundated with patients around here. So, you really can't. I mean, there's going to be some people that are really going to have hard feelings towards some of the rescue personnel or why they were slow to respond. Well, it's just a gun numbers game. It's just there's so much devastation that there's just not enough help to go around.
All right, Jim Gardner, our pilots, and Bob Mills, Sky News 9 HD, and our photojournalist Rich Kriegel. They're showing us the damage on the east side of I-35, and it is extensive. Both sides of I-35, folks. Moore straddles I-35, and the tornado hit both sides.
Cars are just flipped on top of what used to be homes in that area. And we haven't gotten word. Kelly, I know you've been listening to scanners. I have not heard of any search and rescues going on specifically in that area. But you see some of the folks there surveying the damage, and maybe they are looking for people who still might be trapped.
I think they are still going through that area because I'm listening on the scanner, and they still have crews over there. That's where some of those Midwest City crews were working.
Mm-hmm. This has been described, and we've heard it a lot, being described like the May 3rd tornado, and we've even heard people down there at Ground Zero saying this to them looks worse than May 3rd. Yeah. We've tracked it out for you.
Yeah, track was very close. I think the May 3rd was swung a little bit further north. You can see it right there. There's a good look at it. The May 3rd tornado is the green path, and as it got into Moore, it was about a mile further north and then took a turn up toward the Del City area. This storm kind of flattened out and moved more east by the time it got into South Oklahoma City and Moore.
Governor Mary Fallin joins us right now on the phone as Kelly's going to take some more notes. We'll check back in with Kelly in a moment. Governor Fallin, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry we have to talk once again about these devastating tornadoes. Looks like we're still trying to get her on the phone. As soon as we get her, we'll check back in.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I was interrupted. I was listening to the Moore command down there, and it's just they're still dealing with chaos down there in bodies, folks. I mean, it's just tragic.
I don't know if you guys mentioned this, but Life Church at 7800 South Walker is a place of
it's a shelter.
Where
Yep. Okay.
Getting word from Michael.
Life Church at I-240 and Walker. Right.
That's the South OKC campus of Life Church.
Yeah. OKC campus.
A lot of churches down there are opening their doors for
right
anybody who's been displaced.
Also,
they're right next to the academy down there. We also at News 9, we know you want to help. We all want to be able to do something. Not only are we taking donations at our studios located at 7401 North Kelly, but we're also going to be giving items that are needed. This is what you need to do. If you're at home and you are moved like we are to help, you can text food to 32333. Text the word food to 32333. What that's going to do, that's going to donate $10. You'll see it on your bill. We'll donate $10 in storm relief. Another way you can help, and this is going to be desperately needed, you can drop off gloves, boots, toiletries, shovels, trash bags, dust masks, or cash at our News 9 studios. We're right at the corner of Wilshire and Kelly. We'll start accepting those donations immediately.
Now, I understand we have Governor Fallin back on the phone with us right now. Governor, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Governor, unbelievable. It's just unimaginable that we are dealing with this tragedy like May 3rd in the same community.
It's just unbelievable, and we are just devastated by what has happened today. And certainly yesterday was very, very tough, but today's even tougher. So we're just giving our thoughts and prayers to the people in those communities, and we're very worried about what we're going to find once we get into these communities and start going through the schools and the theater, the hospital, and the homes and the businesses in this area. But this tornado could be as big as the one that hit Joplin by just looking at what the television is able to show us from the air itself.
Yeah, it's unbelievable damage. And Governor, we're in fact watching the OHP chopper right now, which is working the area. We've also heard reports that some of the National Guard members are already on the scene.
Right. I called our Adjutant General Miles Deering and asked him to get the National Guard out. We want to make sure that we get into all these buildings and facilities and these homes and neighborhoods and make sure there aren't people trapped there. We certainly want to help find people that might have lost touch with their loved ones. That's our first and foremost goal right now is to have search and rescue efforts. And, of course, we want to secure the perimeters of these sites that have received the damage to make sure that people are safe. There's a lot of down power lines. We've had major roads that are blocked right now. I-35 is closed. I-44 is closed over by the Newcastle Airport area. There are various major streets that are closed. Traffic is a big problem. But we want people to, also remain safe that are in these particular areas and let emergency personnel get and do the assessment of what is needed so we can get all the state resources out possible.
Governor Fallin, have you had to initiate any more state of emergencies for any additional counties?
I sure have. I've added 5 new areas to an emergency declaration. We bumped up the emergency declaration directly online on the phone, I should say, to FEMA, and the head of FEMA itself. I had to verbally give emergency command orders to FEMA to initiate more federal assistance directly that will bring immediate resources into the state and allow immediate money to come in to help these local communities. This is, very expensive to undergo an emergency rescue effort, so the communities need immediate help with that. The president called me a short time ago and gave us a direct line to his office and said that he would be standing by, willing and able to send any type of search and rescue efforts that we need or any type of other authority that he can help us in going through this search and rescue effort.
And while we have you on the phone, Governor Fallin, I know this morning you had a chance to tour some of the damage that happened from yesterday. What did you take away from that tour?
Well, we went out early this morning, and we went out to Kearney and walked through the various neighborhoods and talked to the people there. There's certainly the whole community itself was without power, and basically we were telling them we were very sorry, that we were going to do everything we could to help them get back on their feet, but also warning them to please stay weather alert. When these communities lose their power, they can't watch the local news stations. And by the way, thank you for the great job. I can't tell you how many people told me that they were watching Gary England or some other news station, and that's how they knew to take cover. You saved lives yesterday, and I'm sure you saved lives today too. But telling the people to please watch the weather. We still have many active storms throughout the state that are very serious. Some tornado warnings that are out throughout the state, and that help is available. There are a lot of people that lost all their possessions, and we went down to Bethel Acres and down to the Shawnee area and saw the devastation in that particular area. This has personally affected my office. My scheduler lost her home and lost everything, and we've been taking up money in my office today to help her get back on her feet.
It has impacted so many people here in our community, people that we know, our friends, our neighbors. Governor Mary Fallin, thanks for joining us on the phone.
Well, once again, thank you for your station, and thank you to your newscasters and your weathermen and all the great work you guys have done over the last couple of days.
Absolutely.
All right, we continue to monitor the situation down in Moore. We have crews, many crews on the ground down there. We continue to track some of the weather that's moving through the southern and eastern parts of the state right now. We'll check on that in a moment. But the rescue efforts, I will tell you from listening to the emergency scanners out of Moore, 2208 Southeast 5th, 2208 Southeast 5th just now came out. Someone's trapped. This has been going on all afternoon. People trapped in bathtubs, people trapped in shelters down in Moore. This tornado hit Moore 3:15, so 2.5 hours ago, and there are people still stuck, under debris and rubble, and hurt. And it's on both sides of I-35, folks. It's not just on the west side. You take the Warren Theater, and you basically go east and west of there couple of miles, you're going to see total devastation on about a half-mile path, Gary. It's an amazing and horrible sight. 30 miles was the path on this thing.
Yeah, about the length. Newcastle all over to the lake. I can't remember the name of it now.
Yeah, over by Draper.
Yeah.
And it unbelievably, it just got bigger as it approached more populated areas.
It did. Conditions were ideal. We talked about it yesterday. Today would be a bad day, and unfortunately turned out to be that way. And that's the reason you need the storm shelters. You need to know your safety precautions. You need to always stay weather aware. You need to know what's going on. Whether it's television or radio or your cell phone, you got to have that stuff. And it's just not Oklahoma. It's Texas all the way to the south of Canada and to the East Coast. You have these kind of days. Oklahoma usually does pretty good because people are pretty weather aware and know the safety precautions and know what to do. And the good thing is, Kelly and Amanda, it appears that tomorrow any severe weather will be far southeast from us.
Well,
and maybe some coming in, later.
Yeah.
But for tonight, I think we're good. Tomorrow, I think we're good.
Well, we don't wish it on anyone, obviously,
Yeah.
but we don't need any more weather trying to deal with this. These emergency calls out of Moore. Just a moment ago, they got a cell phone call from someone who was trapped in the Green Forenza. Apparently, this person was trying to evacuate to the Moore hospital when the tornado was coming, was going to the hospital. The tornado hit the hospital, hit their car. They're now trapped in their car, have been for the last 2.5 hours, have just now been able to get out on a cell phone and ask someone to come rescue them.
We want to check in with our Carl Torp, who has been down there at the scene of the tornado. Let's go ahead and check in with him for the latest. Carl?
From earlier, I know we told you about this search for the 17-year-old girl. What we can tell you is that 17-year-old girl was found, according to a neighbor. She's found. She was safe. She wasn't at this home. You remember we had a group of people digging for her. She was found, apparently, according to someone here. This is another search going on. The dogs are in on throughout the neighborhood here, and I guess they honed in on something here. So that's why you have about 24 people here just going through the rubble trying to find whoever might be inside. And that's the situation here. I want to also pass along that we talked with an EMSA person, also a firefighter and police, and all three of them were pretty sure that every house for the most part had been tagged and checked just in this neighborhood here. So that's what I was talking about, the ribbon on the house. That has pretty much happened through all the neighborhoods here, all the properties. So we have kind of searches like this going on, and again, the dogs pretty much honed in on something here, and that's why everyone is searching now.
Carl,
Kelly and Amanda?
Yeah, Carl, are these people that's helping search, are these people that just live in the area? Are these people who came in from out of the area? Are they emergency personnel? Who are we looking at here?
I think a lot of people are from this area. Just like, a few homes in that direction sort of thing. We've had a couple people coming in that weren't here, but...
Carl, your audio's just a little bit spotty down there. We understand. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're going to try to fix it here, but...
Okay, Carl Torp down in Moore for us, and a photojournalist doing a great job down there. One thing that I do remember from May 3rd is that as they went through the neighborhoods, they had that marking paint, and they would go through and put an X on some part of the property that would show up that said, "We've searched this home. It's clear. Don't come back by here." And in the coming days, you'll start seeing little makeshift signs with that marking paint with the address painted on it, because people, that's the only way you can identify it for insurance people to come through. It's just it's a different world down there, that these people are going through right now. Adriana Ivashinsky is at one of the most tragic spots up to this point, certainly, at 4th and Telephone Road, where some, and Adriana, I got to tell you, earlier in the afternoon, I heard the police saying that they thought they had maybe 3 kids at an ATM machine. I think it may have been at your intersection that were killed.
Right. In fact, that's the 7-Eleven store that we're talking about right there. It has been leveled. There is nothing left. And I've talked to people who were actually there pulling people out. One of the people who was trying to rescue these folks, he tells me that there were 3 people. I've just talked to another person here who says that they just did recover the body of the woman that we're being told died at that 7-Eleven. Still no absolute confirmation if there was a baby and a man with her, but I do know, at least through a secondary report, that a woman's body has been recovered from what used to be that 7-Eleven at the corner of Southwest 4th and Telephone Road. Now, joining me now is photojournalist Bo Turner. Bo actually went the 4 blocks into the Warren Theater where they've set up a triage, so I'm going to pass off the mic to him, and he's going to tell you what he saw.
It's very reminiscent of May 3rd. People are just shocked. I mean, there's blank stares on their face. As you go down to the hospital, about a block and a half down, you can see an ambulance is still sitting in the overhang. Cars have been pushed up against it. There's not a single window in any building. As you look back toward the southwest, I mean, it's just a clear path. You can see for almost a good half to a whole mile of nothing.
Now, we've set up a triage over there, I'm understanding. Did we see people coming to find family members? What did you see there?
It's hard to tell because there's so much foot traffic going in and out. I mean, it's just, there are literally hundreds of people just
kind of like
meandering.
This.
Yes.
I mean, people wandering.
Down at the theater itself, there are close to 150, 200 ambulances and medical people, police officers, you name it. They're all down there, and they're working frantically trying to help these people.
I know we've had some volunteers actually come up to us here at the corner of Southwest 4th and Telephone Road, finding out how they can help, and that's where we've been directing them. And Bo, was the theater itself damaged?
I can't really tell because it's so far down there. I didn't make it down in the short time I was able to go in, and there's so much to process in your mind at once. It's hard to really fathom what has happened.
I mean, it looks like a war zone out here. I mean, we've got telephone poles down. We've got power lines around us that have been collapsing as we've been standing here. So we've been really keeping a close eye on them because, of course, we don't want to get hurt out here either. And we've got National Guardsmen coming up here trying to lend assistance. We've got people coming up asking, do you know if the children that were in the daycare, are they okay? We're happy to report, yes, they are. There's a neighborhood that's right behind that 7-Eleven there. We don't know the name of it. We don't even know if it had a name, but we know that all the homes that were behind that 7-Eleven have been leveled as well. You can see there's just people walking everywhere, taking in the devastation, seeing if their family members and their loved ones and their friends are okay. I got a text from a friend of mine who lives in Moore, whose home has been destroyed, but luckily he was at work. He's okay, but now he's trying to find his daughter, make sure that she's okay too. This is what we're hearing down here in the heart of Moore. You know, tales of just horrible, horrible devastation, homes lost, people hurt, people's lives lost as happened here. So we're keeping an eye on it, and it's just, you know, say a prayer for all of these families. Say a very, very big prayer that, you know, God will watch over them. Reporting live in Moore, Adriana Ivashinsky, News 9.
That's Adriana Ivashinsky on the left at 4th and Telephone, and this is Carl Torp. If Carl can hear us, we want to go to him. They are, and we know that they are maybe trying to rescue someone who is trapped in a shelter, Carl?
Yeah, we just heard from police, and here's what's going on. And I'm going to be quiet because we are told to be quiet so they can hear for this woman who may be in a shelter in this home. That's according to police. So there's a woman possibly inside a shelter. Police say that they did hear what they believe was a woman's voice, and so that's why you have 20 to 25 people here just trying to clear whatever debris they can to get down to the shelter. And it looks like they're in what would have been the garage here, just trying to get all the little things out of there. You know, we have 2 cars here, and there's a whole lot to get to. But again, they believe they heard a woman's voice coming from this shelter, and so they're just asking everyone to kind of be quiet, and that includes radios and sirens and that sort of thing, just so they can better hear exactly what might be coming from shelter at home.
Okay, Carl, your audio is a little bit sketchy again, but that's okay. Let's leave that shot up on the right. And folks, this is the reason, and perhaps this person has done this, and that's how they know she's there. This is the reason you register those storm shelters.
You're absolutely
is so
right.
they know when your house comes down like this, that there's a shelter under there, and you're probably in it. And hopefully she's okay down there.
They have kind of an assembly line set up where one person is removing a piece of rubble and they're passing it along to the next. And they're desperately trying to get there to her if she is stuck in that shelter. I am really, really happy to tell you this. We had our first person walk in here to News 9 and just dropped off a $500 check. So we really appreciate that anonymous donation to the American Red Cross. We'll keep those dollars right here in Oklahoma to this effort. Again, you can drop off any donations to our News 9 studios.
Folks, this has been really a devastating day, and I know very few of you are just joining us, but I do want to remind you, this started at about 2:50 this afternoon with a tornado down around the Newcastle area. Our storm trackers were on it. I'm sure others were as well. David Payne and Bowcaster and Sky News 9, they tracked this thing block by block, and you know that's all we can do. It's very difficult to sit here and watch it happen because you know it's tracking through neighborhoods, but it looks like a lot of these people did the right thing and got below ground. Some people might not have been able to. Some people got in their cars and drove off, but I'll tell you, this thing tracked right across Moore, went right through the Warren Theater, on across I-35 over to Eastern, and it may have done a record amount of damage.
We're looking at live pictures from Carl Torp, who's there as they're trying to do a rescue to save a woman who may be trapped in a shelter. Let's go ahead and check back in with Carl. You have an update for us.
Yeah, I'm talking to a police officer here at the scene, and exactly, officer, what happened here, and why are we honing in on this house?
We have reports of at least one voice underneath or beside some of these cars. We're making sure that there's nobody inside trapped and trying to get down to the ground level in case there is a storm shelter that we don't know about in order to try to get somebody out.
So we don't know whether or not there is a storm shelter, but we're sure we heard a voice, maybe?
We have two different reports of someone hearing a voice.
And I understand you guys also got a report that there was a woman in a shelter on this road?
Correct, but we can't determine whether or not this was the address or not. They just said that there was somebody on this road, a female, that was screaming for help.
What's the game plan here? Take us through what's going to happen.
We've been as we can. We've run a couple of dogs through here to see if we can actually pick up a scent. At this point, that's what we're trying to do. We're continuing to clear debris in front of the vehicles where the house itself would be in order to try to make sure that there's nobody trapped.
Were the dogs able to pick up on a scent? Neighbors saying yes, but was not sure. I wanted to ask you.
Well, to my knowledge, so as far as someone being trapped in here, that would be good news because obviously they were able to get out.
We also just got word of St. Anne's Church at where is this? Southwest 119th and May. And that's where people from this neighborhood that don't have their home anymore, they're looking for shelters. They can go there. Yep. Officer, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, everyone's kind of backed out of here, and I guess that's so some of the firefighters can just kind of get a closer look. But we have helicopters high overhead, so I don't know what they're going to hear. But the search continues, perhaps for a woman at this home. Kelly, Amanda, I'll send it back to you.
All right,
Carl, good help down there.
The shelter that Carl mentioned, I want to repeat that. It was a little hard to hear. That's at the St. Andrew's Church at Southwest 119th and May. They've set up a shelter there for anyone. Wow, they are trying to remove a lot of debris from this home to try to get to her stuck in this storm shelter.
And that hot water heater, they're probably working right over what was the garage area there, and that's where a lot of these in-ground storm shelters are now, in the garages. Hopefully she's in there, but if she was there, she probably didn't register it doesn't sound like.
I want to give everybody a really good update. I had said earlier on, we put it out here on News 9, that there was a little 3-year-old boy that was taken to an area hospital and his parents were nowhere to be found. He was found at a school. And we're just getting word that the parents have been found. They heard this on News 9, and they had a chance to go and get their son, Caden. So some good news there. A family has been reunited.
Yeah, just getting something from Jed Castles that was passed along to him, that there are still kids at the Plaza Towers Elementary School on Santa Fe, waiting for family members to pick them up. So, and perhaps that's Santa Fe Elementary as well. There are still children at those two schools. They're okay. That's good news as well.
You're watching live coverage. This is News 9 at 6 o'clock. We're continuing to follow the devastation of this deadly tornado as it ripped through the heart of Moore. The tornado started in southwest Oklahoma City about 3 o'clock in that area, and at about 3:15 is when it started to hit the Moore area, and we've been following it ever since. When Michael Konopasek arrived on the scene, there was a sense of shock, and there still is, as people were running around. He said there were just tears in people's eyes. This is a live view. It looks like it's from Sky News 9 HD. Let's go ahead and check in with Jim Gardner. Jim, we know the rescue efforts are underway, and it looks like they are acting fast and furious in this area.
That's right. That's at home. They believe the woman is trapped in, and they've been digging furiously, trying to get the rubble and debris out of the way there. Now, just a quick little note here that I was talking with emergency crews at Air One through here, and they have marked it on their GPS. They've flown from point to point. Said this tornado was on the ground for 11.2 miles is what they show on the GPS as they went from one end to the other. So it was on the ground for 11.2 miles as it passed up through Moore here. So again, this is just one of the many rescue efforts still going on in Moore that will probably continue to go on through the night as more and more people are listed as missing and not showing up, and they go to the residents and try to find out if they were in a storm shelter that's possibly blocked, or if they went someplace else. So there's going to be a lot of chaos here for a while until they get everything lined out, just like the little 3-year-old boy. And because of you, Amanda, and Kelly, and giving that information out, the parents was able to find that child. Well, that's going to be a lot of that going on through the night. So here we're just watching them at the rescue efforts on this woman, and hopefully we'll definitely bring her out alive. Jim Gardner reporting live from Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Back to you.
Jim, can you tell us where this house is? We know Carl's, is it 149th and Santa Fe area? Where's?
Yeah, that's right, Kelly. It's around Santa Fe and 149th is where this addition is, and it's right on the southern edge. You can see at the top of your screen, right across the street. That's another housing addition. Didn't get touched by the tornado. Right across on the north side of the street, that's where the devastation started. Right there. So it's right on the southern edge of the tornado path.
Wide path too. Well, on the left of your screen, I believe, is that the Moore Medical Center we're taking a look at, guys? And already the heavy equipment is in there. We saw a couple of National Guard members running up the street. The National Guard is there working. They will start a curfew. They don't want people down there. This is what happened 14 years ago when the tornado hit Moore. They locked it down, and rightfully so, that only people who could show ID and show they lived in that area could go in and out of there.
And that is so wise. Governor Mary Fallon has called in 80 troops with the Oklahoma National Guard to go down there and assist. Also law enforcement from all over, from Edmond and all the surrounding metro areas. They've come in to help out too. And we're also getting word that the Association of Oklahoma General Contractors, they want to provide equipment down there. And let me tell you, that might be needed. So they are saying if anybody needs any equipment down there, they can provide it right now. They just need to be contacted.
Okay, we're going to check back in with our weather team, and these particular storms have moved well to the east. There are some in southern Oklahoma. Let's check in with Michael right now.
Kelly, most intense storm is actually just outside our viewing areas, down east of the Ardmore area, moving toward Tishomingo. So if you know somebody down in the Tishomingo area, I would go ahead and call them, text them, go ahead and have them take their tornado precautions at this point. The storm has some rotation with it. It's a long way away from the radar, but it's mid-level rotation. But really, if you look at it across the state, the areas that are up south and east of Tulsa, south of Muskogee, and then back to the south are really the areas that are most intense right now. We have really nothing going on here in central Oklahoma. We still have a cold front that's near us, though. I think we're probably going to have some more thunderstorms late tonight, or maybe during the overnight hours, because we still have plenty of moisture around. But eventually, we believe that a cold front will come through later tonight into tomorrow morning, and that will really then diminish the threat of severe weather. It'll shove it further to the south and east again for tomorrow. But looks like it'll be some time for recovery tomorrow. With respect to the weather, here's the storm that I want to point out that's down. It's east of Ardmore now, it's just east of Ardmore. Let me measure it from Tishomingo here for just a moment. Here's Tishomingo. and so the center of circulation is 17 miles west-southwest of Tishomingo. So you guys in Tishomingo, again, that would be the area down across southern parts of Oklahoma. Again, it's east of I-35 now. There's another storm, but it's south of the Red River. So that's really the only one that I'm concerned about, really, that's even close to our viewing area. So, you know, I would tweet people that you know in Tishomingo, go ahead and let them know on Facebook, text them, call them, whatever, and just let them know that they do have a rotating storm that does have a tornado warning on it moving toward them, and they need to take their tornado precautions in Tishomingo right now. So that's the radar update for us right now. That's just southern Oklahoma is really the only area that they're concerned about. And you know, we'll continue to update these as we go through the rest of the evening. Kelly.
Good work, buddy. We appreciate that. Hey, and Val Castor's back in house. We might have Val join us out here in just a second. Val, I don't know if you can hear me over there, but we might round Val back up. Val was tracking this one. He tracked the May 3rd tornado too, and so he's seen some of the worst of it. And it's a helpless feeling for these guys, but they did a fine job tracking this thing and giving people a lot of warnings. So we'll check in with Val in just a second. I will tell you the scanner traffic has slowed down there. They're asking for crime scene tape now to mark the houses that have been searched.
They're also sending more people there at 4th and Telephone, which is the area of the 7-Eleven where we have what we believe to be 3 fatalities. 3 people died, a man, a woman, and a child. Adriana Ivashinsky has double confirmation on one of the adult fatalities down there, and they say they have recovered that body, and we're still waiting to hear on the other 2.
And also that Carl Torp reported earlier that a baby and a 4-year-old boy were taken out of a home, the bodies of a baby and a 4-year-old boy.
A 3-month-old baby boy held in the arms of a first responder, and that baby was dead. We're also getting word that Oklahoma City police dogs are in that area where Carl is.
Right, 149th and Santa Fe, a dog reacted to something that was in the rubble there, and they're now checking it. So we'll go back to Carl here in a few moments. There's a good wide shot from Bob Mills Sky News 9 HD, pilot Jim Gardner, photojournalist Rich Kriegel. Both those guys extremely experienced. They experienced May 3rd, and boy, look at, I mean, that is a wide damage path, folks, that once again, I don't know how many homes have been destroyed, but there are hundreds, at least hundreds.
At least. And Kelly, you're talking about May 3rd, and we've kind of compared the 2 storm tracks, and it is eerie how they both started at almost the same spot. In fact, if we have a map, we'd like to throw it up at some point where we can show you the track of the May 3rd tornado and then today's May 20th tornado. And there it is. You can see right there, we're looking at the May 3rd tornado is going to be in the green, and the red is today's tornado. You can see it started almost the exact same spot.
Yeah, and as it went through the Moore area, the May 3rd tornado went a little bit further to the south and actually crossed over, did some damage on into Del City and so forth. This tornado today kind of turned right and went right through the heart of Moore. Both sides of I-35. Val Castor is with us. You guys might cue up a little bit of the video of this tornado, and if it's from Sky News 9, that's fine.
We have Storm Action 1 that has some of Val's video.
Okay, Storm Action 1. Is this your video here,
yes,
Val?
Yes,
and so where were you when you shot this? Do you know?
At this point, we were on Portland, up close to 134th.
Okay.
Okay. Here's some more of the video right here. This is we were looking north at the tornado. We were on Portland Avenue, looking north as it was crossing the road right in front of us. I think this is another clip here. Oh, and okay, as we approached it from the east, we were on 149th at this point, looking to the west-northwest at it, and we let it come right up to us at this point, or right just north of it. And these are some storm forward clips we sent.
Yeah, and Val, I'm going to add, you were, this looks a lot like the video you shot 14 years ago.
You know, Kelly, this is like a replay of your worst nightmare from May 3rd. You know, May 3rd, and this is in almost the exact same spot as the May 3rd video was. I mean, the May 3rd tornado was, and the tornado looked almost exactly the same as the May 3rd.
We're going to come back to Val in just a moment. We want to go to Sky News 9 and Jim Gardner, who's over the elementary school, Park Towers, I think, elementary school. Jim?
Yeah, that's right. You can see the triage area there. You can see all the stretchers. You can see the crime scene tape. You can see just tons of emergency personnel and EMTs down here at this school that is just completely devastated by the tornado. You can see fire. They're just removing rubble. We kind of heard over the scanner, Kelly. You might be able to verify that they're either rescuing children or they're removing bodies. I'm not sure, and I hope it's a rescue. I hope it's not the other one, but they are really working frantically right in this area, right here on this school. And like I said, you see the triage area. You see all the EMTs there with their stretchers ready to go as they pull kids from this school here.
That's Plaza Towers Elementary.
We'll just
Jim.
keep you updated, Kelly. We'll just keep her picture up, and if we see anything, we'll get right back to you.
This is going to be halfway between Santa Fe and Telephone and halfway between Southwest 4th and Southwest 19th Street and more. This is Plaza Towers Elementary School. And we're hearing that they did pull some kids from the rubble already, and they were alive. So that is good news, but they are actively looking for some more children.
Okay, and to help you locate, get an idea of where this is a half mile behind the Warren Theater, a half mile behind it, back to the west, almost exactly. That is where this elementary school is.
And
Jim?
that elementary school was laying dead center of the tornado, Kelly and Amanda, when it passed up through here. So there was no chance of it at all. I mean, it struck it dead center as far as the width of the tornado. It's right in the center of the width of the path of the tornado. So there was just absolutely no hope of that school surviving anyway. But again, it's good to hear that they are getting kids out. And this is just one of many rescues going on as we speak. We just can't cover them all, but we have our ground crews are doing a great job. Everybody's doing a great job in a time of great despair like this. I mean, everybody's really coming through and helping out. And like I said, we had a TFR put up. We were asked to move 3 miles circumference and 3,500 feet over that. For people listening, when the FAA or emergency management requests a TFR, it has to go through the administrator of the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration. They issue a TFR, and basically they put up an invisible screen around this airspace, and we cannot fly into this airspace at all. And that's just to keep other aircraft from flying in when they have like the OHP helicopters working low, Air One working low, to keep traffic separated and to let the rescue workers work. Now, there is FAR 91-137, which is an accredited news station, which we are, an accredited news helicopter. I could have filed a flight plan and probably came in here lower and worked in this TFR with everybody, but as far as I'm concerned, they requested it, and I'm going to honor it no matter what. Even though we could probably file a flight plan and go in, I'm going to give those workers plenty of room to work and let them try to rescue these people that's in this area. Jim Gardner reporting live from Bob Mills, Sky News 9, back to you.
Absolutely, and guys, I might ask you all up in control room, you might try to pull off a picture of this school on satellite, and we can compare it to what it looks like now. This was a pretty good sized elementary school that has been wiped away there.
This is going to be the Plaza
Two
Towers
buildings, yeah.
Elementary School. And they were working very methodically there, trying to get the rubble off of the area where they think maybe some students may be trapped.
It's a big school to search. I mean, look how big it is.
Back in Val, we can continue to look at this video. Val, how close were you to this storm? I know you were right there, but how close were you to this school?
Amanda, we were about 1/4 mile away from the tornado when it passed through that area. And we were so close, we were getting debris. I still have chunks of insulation on my windshield right now. We were getting hit with debris that was hard and heavy, like probably small pieces of boards.
Were you seeing traffic on the roads? Was there still traffic that was oblivious to what was coming their way?
At that point, we didn't have any traffic when that was coming by, but a little further east of that, we got within 1/2 mile, and there was a traffic jam of people coming out of the tornado frantically.
Yeah.
They were frantically trying to escape the tornado 1/2 mile south of it on Santa Fe and also on Penn. And I mean, you could see terror in their eyes.
We saw the headlights from the Sky News 9 shot, and it looked like it was just gridlock, and this thing's coming at them.
And people were coming down both lanes too,
Oof.
and they were
Did
running
they end
red
up getting
lights.
stuck? I mean, were they standstill or they were moving?
I was able to weave in and out.
Yeah.
Well, they probably thought I was strange for going the other way, the way they were coming out. But you know, I was able to get around them, but they were running red lights and stop signs. I mean, it was just like a mass panic to get out of there.
I don't know if you've seen the video from I-35, but there are cars just slammed against the center median there, just crumpled, probably a dozen of them.
Well, you know, there was probably a traffic jam on I-35.
Yeah.
You know, when they saw it coming, people probably stopped, and it caused the whole lane to stop on that. And being in your car, as you know as I do, it's probably one of the worst places to be.
Val, we're going to be talking back and forth with you if you're going to be around.
Yeah.
We'd love to just get a little bit more about what you experienced out there. So don't go
Good
too
work.
far.
I know it's a little consolation at this point when you look at this video, but good work out there. Carl Torp is down in Moore, right in the heart of it all, where there's a search going on. Carl, we need some good news from down there.
Well, they got this tractor in here, obviously, and you see what's happening. They're using the bucket here at the end to pull out one of the cars. I assume that car was in the garage there to get to a shelter, perhaps, in this home where a 17-year-old, or I'm sorry, a woman might be. That same woman, according to police, who we heard from about 20 minutes ago, they heard her voice on 2 occasions, I believe. So they're just trying to remove these cars, and they got the tractor in here and removed the debris, and now this is the way they're towing this vehicle out of here. Check this out. I mean, this is on the end of the bucket is hauling it away here with this tractor, and so they're going to get this car, and I don't know if they're going to get the Mercedes next door or not. But again, it's all to get down to what I assume is a shelter in the garage of this home where a woman may be. Kelly and Amanda.
Okay, hey, we want to pass along some information we're getting from the trauma unit at OU Medical Center right now. 20 patients of various ages at the OU Trauma Center. They have the only level 1 trauma center in the state. 20 patients, 12 adults, 8 children in the trauma rooms at OU and at Children's Hospital.
And I can update you also from Integra Southwest. They have 33 patients, 10 in critical, 10 in serious, 12 in fair, 3 are children. And one of the child's condition they just don't know yet. Their oldest patient they have is 91 years old. These injuries, they're telling us, they range from just the minor lacerations to what we would expect in a tornado of this magnitude, head wounds and abdominal injuries. And we're just continuing to get more information from the regional hospitals around that area.
Steve Shaw is in Moore with some children who would very much like to be reunited with their parents right now. Steve?
Kelly, technically, I believe we're in Oklahoma City. We're in the Stone Meadows neighborhood, where a lot of the kids who live in this neighborhood go to Briarwood Elementary, which is about, I don't know, a half mile from here. I'm going to bring in Shauna Scott. Now, Shauna has been in charge all afternoon of trying to account for kids, for students at Briarwood Elementary who they couldn't find them, or in fact they couldn't find their parents. Could you give me a rundown just where we're at as far as how many kids are unaccounted for and how many parents?
We still have about 4 children that are unaccounted for. We started out with a list of about 75.
And go right ahead, give us their names.
We are missing, or we still have the Parker children, Josiah, Isabella, and Logan Parker. And then we still have Isaiah Orta. His father works at Tinker, and his father's name is Israel.
And there's also 2 parents that have 3 children who are also unaccounted for. Can you kind of talk about that?
Sampson children, Bradley, Bryson. And then we have Sabrina, and I believe her name is Avella. She's a kindergartner.
So the good news is that you started off with like 70, but now you got it down to about 4.
Right, yes.
And I can tell you folks, we had to walk over dead horses. We had to walk over rubble. We had to walk a long way just to get to Briarwood Elementary, and it's just like Joplin all over again, if anybody remembers that a couple years ago. How can you hold it together out here, Shauna?
It's hard. I lost it when I first got to the school. I have a home daycare in this area, and I walked to the school to get one of my children, and I did find him, And at that time, I ended up with probably about 30 children that were running from the school. And we just got them together in a group, and we walked and drove them down to this area, and then cars were transporting the rest of the children.
Have police told you, or has the school district told you, that the children, if they, even though they can't find them, they are accounted for?
We do have some teachers that ended up in this area. We had some teachers that were hurt, that were transported to the hospital, and we do have some teachers that are still here with us that ended up here at the kind of a command center where we ended up. My husband's a police officer, and so we just kind of pinpointed this area and brought the children here and started a list.
Shauna, thanks for talking to us. We're probably going to talk to you a little bit more, and if you get any more news about finding parents, finding kids, we're here. Okay, we're going to keep trying to get more information out here. We're just going to send it back to you.
Okay, Steve, appreciate that. It's good. We want to get that information out. So we wanted to repeat those names. And these are kids from Briarwood Elementary.
Our hearts just go out to those parents because, you know, they're desperate to be reunited. So hopefully by putting those names out, and we'll do that periodically, we can get those parents reunited with their children, and we can bring you a happy update.
Val, we have compared the May 3rd track to this one. This one swings right through Moore. The other ones went up to Del City and a little bit further south. It's mind-blowing that we have had two catastrophically disastrous tornadoes roughly along the same path.
Yes, it is, Kelly. And you know, this one was very, very close, and it probably crossed the path of the May 3rd tornado. You know, the May 3rd tornado, the path was a little bit longer, I would say. It went up into Midwest City and such. But, you know, Kelly, this tornado, from what I saw, you know, we were right there watching it, and it was, the rotation with this storm was every bit, from what we saw, every bit as strong as the May 3rd tornado.
Yeah. We want to show you, this is, if we can show that shot of Plaza Towers Elementary. I don't know if we're back in that area or not. We have side by side. That is what Plaza Towers looked like on the satellite shot from Google, and that is.
He's going to be at the area of 141st.
He's going to get back
Robinson.
to it here.
Okay. Sky News 9, Bob Hill Sky News 9 was over the area where Carl Torp was, where they are digging right now. They believe that a lady may be stuck in her storm shelter, and they brought in a front loader, a bulldozer to pull it out. Okay, now we got our live picture.
That's Plaza Towers Elementary now. And Rich, if you can pull back just a little bit, we can see more of it. And there you go. It's just devastating. Look at that.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
That is really hard to see. And right now, all across that area, the southwest area of Moore, search and rescues are undergoing as we speak.
Carl Torp has been following one very closely. Carl?
Quick update, we saw these two cars. We saw these two cars here that were moved. I just had a police officer tell me there's not a shelter at this home, at least in the garage. So they haven't found anyone, and they moved these two cars to get to what they thought was going to be a shelter in the garage, and there's no shelter. So now you see they're just kind of searching other areas of the house, seeing if there is a shelter, or moving to another house, seeing if they might have gotten these homes mixed up. But that's the latest right here.
Again, they had heard somebody earlier on. They thought they heard a female voice coming from that rubble, and that's one reason they started digging, and one reason they believe that maybe there was a shelter there. That's at the area of 144th and Robinson, around that area where they believe they heard a voice. It's also the same area, though, where Carl reported that a 3-year-old baby and a 4-year-old has died in that area. Some of the information we're getting also is that we will get a briefing by Moore and Oklahoma City. They are going to hold a joint news conference at Moore City Hall at 7:30. So in just about an hour, we're going to get some more information, and hopefully we can bring that to you live or be able to relay that information directly to you right here on News 9. If you do have to step away from your TV, let me just remind you that we are going to be streaming this coverage live at news9.com. So you can go there and get the latest as well. We're also going to be taking donations here at our News 9 studios. We're at the corner of Wilshire and Kelly. And so if you're able to drop off a donation We'll get that to the Red Cross. Here's information. If you're at home not able to get out, you can text food to 32333. That's going to donate $10 on your cell phone bill to our storm relief in our area. Also, you're seeing some of the items that they're going to need. Gloves, boots, toiletries, shovels, you name it, they probably need it. And you can drop it off right here at Wilshire and Kelly.
Evan Anderson is not too far from the command post. He's in a heavily hit area down there, Southwest 19th and Santa Fe, I believe, is where Evan is. It's a couple of miles back to the west of the Warren Theaters. Again, I use that as a landmark because I think it's recognizable. Evan?
Yeah, Kelly, right here, really not much has changed here. Lots of activity still, even more so than before. We took a walk down the street, right here down Southwest 19th Street to Briarwood Elementary School, where you saw those pictures, those area photos of that school literally leveled. Amazing, nobody was seriously hurt or no one died. Take a look here. Really, we're in the center of devastation here in Moore, Oklahoma, Southwest 19th and Santa Fe Avenue here. A number of emergency vehicles have come out here. Police are now staged here, right by here by our live truck. Oklahoma City Police, with the help of firefighters from really all over the metro, here right now, just trying to keep people from coming in town, coming in the areas here that do not live over here. Really becoming a very hectic area, people coming, trying to take pictures and stuff like that. But people here really just shell-shocked. We've seen a lot of families just standing in front of their homes that have been completely obliterated off their foundations. Much different scene, and we're going to get some video to you in a little bit. Right down Santa Fe, right down Southwest 19th Street, I should say, homes, it's wiped out as far as the eye can see. We did speak with the mother and a 7-year-old daughter who was inside Briarwood Elementary School when that tornado hit. Really some riveting sound. An interview that we had a moment ago of that little girl hanging on to her desk when that roof was blown off. Her teacher got caught up under her desk as well, had to be rescued, but again, no one seriously hurt. You're taking a live look down Santa Fe Avenue where you can see a lot more emergency vehicles are down here right now. We're told OG&E crews will begin picking up these power lines, trying to begin clearing the roadway. Really, no one can drive in either direction where we are right now because of down power lines. Really all over the place. It's really still much like it was, but we should start seeing OG&E crews start cleaning up in the moment. We'll have that interview with that mother and that 7-year-old little girl that was inside of that elementary school in a little bit. Kelly, Amanda.
Evan, thank you. We had also heard that some of the kids at Briarwood Elementary had not only taken shelter underneath the desk, as Evan just reported, but also in the hallway. And we have no reports of any fatalities there at Briarwood. Again, though, they are still doing a search and rescue at the other school not too far away at the...
They're already having some, as I'm listening down there, they're already having some people. There's a shot out in front of our station. People are already showing up, bringing supplies. Folks, they're going to need it down there. They're going to need a lot of bottled water down there tonight for sure, work gloves, things like that. Those folks are going to need everything eventually, but these are things that they need right now. And you've got the list again as people are showing up.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're going to need shovels. They're going to need masks, anything basically that you can think of when it comes to cleaning up supplies, cleaning up tornadoes, and the supplies they're going to need. That's what they're going to need. On the right-hand side of the screen, this is live pictures from Bob Mills, Sky News 9 HD, and Jim Gardner. Let's check in with Jim real quick. Jim, is this going to be over the Plaza Towers Elementary School?
That's correct, Amanda, and the search still continues for kids in that rubble from the Plaza Tower area that took a direct hit from this tornado earlier today as it passed through the Moore area. You can still, there's a lot of workers down there, man, really sifting through the rubble, taking their time, being very careful as they move debris and everything, but they have a large triage area set up to help people with rich crinkle pans down. You can see the triage area sitting right there, and all the EMTs on standby as they bring kids out of this rubble. So again, we just hope for the best and hope they keep pulling kids out alive here, Amanda and Kelly. Jim Gardner reporting live from Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Back to you.
All right, Jim, and we want you to stay on that situation there. If you can, at some point, give us a shot of the command post. It's up at the Home Depot. It's on 19th Street. We understand one of the things that they're doing.
One other quick note, Kelly.
Yeah.
One other quick note.
Go
I
ahead.
see a whole group of OG&E trucks now coming down the road. So OG&E is bringing a lot of crews down here now. So they will start immediately working on that electrical power here. It's going to be directly south of the school there. I don't know exactly what road that is, but they are starting to amass a lot of OG&E trucks here to start going in here and working on the electrical.
Here's something else we're hearing right now, Jim, is over at the Home Depot, they're starting to get some animals brought to them, dogs that are wandering through this, and they're needing resources to try to set up places to hold these animals. I mean, there are dogs running all over the place, of course. They're scared to death. There's a couple right there that the homeowners have, but there are some that they're gathering up that have gotten loose, and you know they have to deal with those too. So when you guys get a chance, Jim, if you guys can take a look over there and just show us what the command post is doing at the Home Depot, we'll check back in. Carl Torp standing by now with a homeowner. Carl?
Hey, you know, we're just in this neighborhood here where the search continues, and right next to that home where you saw that backhoe taking the cars out is a home where a new search has started. And with me is might be your uncle inside. This is where he lives for sure.
Yes, for sure.
And when's the last time you heard from him? Why are police now searching here?
Right before the tornado hit. I hadn't heard nothing from him since.
And he was going to ride out this storm inside the home. What was his plan?
Well, he said he couldn't get out in time. Got back, and he couldn't get nowhere, so he was going to go in the hallway and put mattresses on both sides. He said he already had them up, but that was it. And that's all I know. I hadn't heard nothing from him since.
And obviously you've been calling him and nothing. So
right. Called everybody in the neighborhood that I know, and I hadn't gotten nothing yet. We used to live 2 streets over, and it's all that's tore up. Yeah. The neighbor over there said she couldn't get in. Her dog, she was looking for her dog. She lost her dog, so come here first because he said he was in there, and that's all I've heard. So I don't know if he got out or not.
What is this like? I mean, to see the home now in this shape.
It's devastating. I just saw this yesterday in Shawnee. That's why I was working in Shawnee yesterday, but it wasn't nothing like this.
Thank you. Best of luck. Just want to point out something really quick. The cell reception here is not very good. Everyone's trying to call and get out, so it is tough at the moment. So people that are trying to find loved ones might be very working, but I just want to pass it along as the search continues out in this neighborhood for perhaps someone in this home right here. Kelly and Amanda?
All right, Carl Torp reporting from the 141st Robinson Road area. The live picture on the left-hand side of your screen, we appreciate that, folks, so much. People dropping off donations right here at our News 9 studios. We're at the corner of Wilshire and Kelly. If you can drop off a check. We'll make sure that gets to the tornado efforts for the American Red Cross or any supplies you think that they might need in regards to cleaning up some of this tornado devastation. We're just getting word also, more police confirming that there are 400 kids at Westmore High School, and they're waiting on their parents to get them. This is the problem, that even though these people and these kids are okay, the roads are just slammed with people and they can't make their way to the school. We have power lines down, power poles down. There's devastation and destruction everywhere. So the kids, everything we're hearing, they're safe, they're there, but they don't have any way to get out. So we'll keep on top of that situation here. As we're looking at live aerials from Bob Mills Sky News 9 HD on the right-hand side, this is going to be at the Plaza Towers Elementary School. They're actively searching for kids who may be stuck there. I want to bring back in Val Castor, who's sitting next to me. He was out on this storm. And Val, you were telling me that this was a slower moving tornado, and that was one difference between the May 3rd tornado and the May 20th, today's tornado.
Yeah, that's exactly right. My wife, Amy, and me chased the May 3rd tornado as well as this tornado. And this tornado was moving quite a bit slower, in my opinion, than the May 3rd tornado was. And anytime you get a tornado this size, with this intensity that's moving slow, it has a lot more time to do damage, and since it hovers over one area for a longer period of time, it has the potential to do a lot more damage. And we were seeing that. If you see this shot right here, the tornado was probably a quarter of a mile north of us, and you know, we were just getting hit in the side of the truck with debris, all kinds of debris with that thing. And Gary talked about a debris ball being, you know, a mile wide. It actually probably grew to more than 2 miles wide at one point. We were seeing up above us large pieces, and I'm talking about pieces of debris that were as big as the roof of houses, as big as cars. Now, I don't know if there was any cars in the air at that point, but there sure was debris above us. And one thing I might add about that, Amanda, too, you know, there's a lot of people right now clinging to life. And if you're out there listening to me, prayer. We need people to pray for those people right now. That's probably the best thing we can do, along with the donations and bringing the articles in to help, is to pray, because there's a lot of people out there right now clinging to life.
That is so true. And also pray for the search and rescuers as they are going through there and looking for those people who still might be trapped.
Right.
Val, did you realize it was going to be this bad as you were watching this tornado go through the Moore area?
Oh, you know what? When it first touched down on the west side out near I-44, you know, it was not nearly this big. But just like I was talking with David Payne today and also yesterday, it had that look to it that it was going to get bigger. And sure enough, it grew bigger. And when I saw that, I mean, it brought back memories of May 3rd. And a tornado that big going through a populated area, that is absolutely bad news.
You were talking about the debris ball. Just with yesterday's tornado in Kearney, they were reported up in the Tulsa area that they were finding pictures from people all the way, you know, from Kearney all the way to Tulsa, that it just traveled that far. And they've set up Facebook pages to try to reunite these pictures with these people. And I can imagine something similar will happen here as people start to find these little mementos, because in times like this, the littlest thing can make so much difference to that person who has lost their house.
That's exactly right. And you know what happens is that tornado picks up debris and shoots it up to the top of the storm. And it goes up to the anvil level where you got stronger winds, and it carries it way downstream. I mean, you might have debris falling, you know, 20, 30, 40, 100 miles downstream from where the tornado was. Yesterday, as we were coming south towards Prague, we had rocks falling out of the sky, just about ready to break the windshield. I mean, it was amazing.
And we're looking at the devastation live here from Bob Mills Sky News 9 HD. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is at the Plaza Towers Elementary School as they're trying to search and hopefully rescue any children who may be stuck there. Let's check in with Jim Gardner, who's in the air. Jim, they're still actively searching right now.
They are, Amanda. They've been searching all day here, and like you said, reported before, they have pulled some children out alive there, but they are still going through the rubble very cautiously. Like I said, they have a huge triage area set up with EMTs on standby there just to, you know, to treat them as they pull them out. But again, you can see the crime scene tape all taped off around the area so the rescue workers can work without any spectators coming in. But a lot of people down there giving a valiant effort to get these kids out of this rubble. And hopefully, you know, I mean, this will go on as long as it needs to go on. And this is just one of many rescues that have been going on all day as rescue workers get calls from people trapped in rubble, trapped in their cars, and trapped in their storm cellars. So, you know, it's just going to be a long process. The good thing is the OG&E crews are rolling out. They are starting to work on the power lines now. But, you know, as flying over this, I just can't get over looking down when we do a really big, long, wide shot of just how smooth everything is on the ground. I mean, just how it just grounded up, and to look at all the bare pads, concrete pads where homes were sitting. I mean, it's just all gone. It's just, you know, even though I was in the May 3rd, 1999, followed from start to end, and flew for several weeks after that, you know, to look at that devastation and look at those concrete pads, you just don't see how it can possibly do that. But it's just an amazing thing that anybody lives through that.
You're right, Jim. It is heartbreaking as we take live looks at this damage left behind from the tornado. It really, really is, because people's lives, they have changed forever there. We're getting word from OU Medical Center, and we reported some of this earlier on, that they have 20 patients, various ages, 12 adults and 8 children. They're in the trauma rooms as we speak. They're getting treated from everything from just minor to critical injuries, everything from head injuries to abdomen injuries. And that's, of course, the level 1 trauma center. So,
and they say they expect those numbers to change, which doesn't sound very good. Our Dana Hurtnicki, I understand, is at the Moore Medical Center. Dana?
Yeah, that's right, Kelly. The Moore Medical Center is right here behind me. This is Telephone Road here. This is Southwest 4th Street. We were just walking that way toward the Moore, or the Warren Theater there. The bowling alley that was there, I think you've seen that video, is completely gone. The Moore Medical Center took a direct hit. Now, we did talk to some people that were inside that medical center. We were told that they all went into the cafeteria there. They put the doctors actually in the freezer because they knew that those doctors will probably be needed later today. And then everybody, we're told, survived. There was just some minor injuries there out of the Moore Medical Center. From there, we walked down to the Warren Theater where they are doing triage there, and they are triaging minor injuries there on the scene, and then more major medical concerns, they are rushing those people right now to hospitals. Now you can see right here behind me a lot of police presence. I don't know what's going on exactly right now, but all of a sudden just a lot of police cars headed that way. I saw a couple medical examiner cars, so we're going to try to check that out. But that's really what's going on right here, right now. Kelly?
All right, Dana, we appreciate that. We do want to pass along some of the numbers, and we'll check back in with Dana here in just a little bit, but we want to pass along some of the numbers of those injured we are hearing. And if we can take a look at that on a full screen. Now, that shot that we had up, we'll go back to it here in a moment. A Mercy Hospital right now, no patients. OU Medical Center, the trauma center there, has 20 patients. We understand 12 are adults, 8 are children, and their injuries range from minor to critical. Now let's take a look at Integris Southwest. There we go, 33 patients, 10 of those are in critical condition, 10 in serious condition, 12 fair to good condition, and 1 child whose condition is not determined. We also know there are 3 children at Integris Southwest, and a 91-year-old is the oldest victim that is being treated there at Integris Southwest. These numbers are going to change. Our most serious concern right now is with an elementary school where they are still looking for children. Plaza Towers Elementary School, which took a direct hit, and I believe that that's Plaza Towers in our shot there on the left.
It sure is. Right now is probably a good time to tell you that we are taking donations here at our News 9 studios. We're at the corner of Wilshire and Kelly. This is just one way that we can help out. You're looking at a live picture on the left-hand side of your screen. This is just outside our studios, and we just want to thank you for everybody who so far has dropped off either money or the needed items. I'll just run down the list of things that we know they're going to need, and we'll make sure they get to the area. We're talking about shovels, gloves, boots, toiletries, power bars to keep them going, sunscreen, trash bags, dust masks, and definitely cash. And if you're at home right now, you can text 32333, text the word food, and that will give a $10 storm donation to the storm relief efforts there in the Moore area, and that will just be deducted from your cell phone bill. So that's just a few ways that we can help our fellow Oklahomans and do a little something, because it's a point like this where it's easy to feel so helpless when we look at the images on the right-hand side of the screen as the rescuers are feverishly working to try to rescue any children who may be inside that school.
And Rich, if you can push in a little bit so we can see a little bit, I know that you are on a restricted airspace and they're way up right now, and that shot is giving us a good look at it. I can't even count how many firefighters are down there right now, and they're just throwing the debris off the pile here at Plaza Towers Elementary and hauling it away. I don't see any heavy equipment in there. I know that they can get it in there, but they have buckets, they have shovels, they have everything else, and they seem to be focused on that one area. Guys, Jim, can you show us more of that and tell us what you're seeing down there?
Lights up, because with it starting to get, we'll get to sundown here, so they're starting to bring in portable lights, so they'll have that whole area lit up for the whole night, probably, or however long it takes to dig through all this rubble. But again, yeah, like you said, Kelly, I can't even count how many firemen are down there digging through that rubble, but power to them. I hope they just keep pulling kids out alive.
Yeah, we do too.
This is going to be the Plaza Towers Elementary School, and it's going to be just off of, looks like just north of Southwest 119th Street. It's going to be west of I-35, about a mile.
And just to update too, David, I heard that they're possibly going to go down and open up the H.E. Bailey spur there right at the Newcastle, where it splits off there from 44 to the H.E. Bailey. I heard that they were headed down that way, possibly to get that back open just now, Kelly and Amanda.
Well, that'll help traffic a little bit. I assume I-35 is still shut down through the Moore area. Jim, I don't know if you can take a look over that way or not and tell.
Right, let us swing over there. Rich, come back to your left. Come back to your left and show I-35. Here, we'll show you what I-35 looks like. Now, they've done a great job of there's I-35.
There's no traffic on it.
Tilt up. And you'll see right there, they're taking them off at Indian Meridian right there. You can see traffic in the northbound lanes of I-35 getting off on Indian Meridian.
Yeah, that's Indian
that
Hills
goes over
Road.
to Sooner, and Sooner, of course, I can tell you, Sooner from Indian Meridian is backed up coming southbound from about where Indian Meridian is, all the way back into Dale City area, all up through there. So traffic is just inundating all the roads around here. But you can see I-35 closed down at Indian Hills Road,
Indian Hills,
and I-35 coming northbound. I don't know. I've never flown up north. I haven't seen where it's shut down coming southbound, Kelly. But you probably have that information.
Yeah, I think it's, Jim, I'm guessing it's up around, it's not at 89th. We'll find it and give that information, but nonetheless, the I-35 through the Moore area is shut down, folks. And this is Plaza Towers. Let's get an update real quickly from Michael Armstrong on what's going on with the weather now.
Okay, we have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Oklahoma County. A brand new thunderstorm going up right over downtown, actually. The core has gotten very, very large quickly. We still have thunderstorms with potential for tornadoes in southern parts of Oklahoma at this time. But as we come in here again into central Oklahoma, right into the metro, notice from Jones, it's kind of a line of storms that runs from Jones back into northeast Oklahoma City, just south of the television station. So at the zoo and then down toward the state capitol, just north of downtown, actually over downtown, and OCU. Back to the fairgrounds, so that's really the western extent of it at this time. We might take a look on tower cam here for just a moment, and you'll see this is a very intense looking core to the south. There it is, and there may be some fairly large hail in this as well. If somebody could take that tower cam and just swing it slowly to the west, Matt, that would be great. If you could take tower cam and just slowly move it to the west. It's a very, very intense core, so a new severe thunderstorm warning again here for the Oklahoma City area. This is the last thing we want to hear, honestly, with everything that's going on. Look how dark the core is. Very intense, just south of the station. And the movement on this has been generally kind of to the east-northeast. It's just really blown up over the last couple of radar scans, so we don't have a whole lot of motion on this yet. Kelly, what?
And could this thing develop into?
Well, the air's a lot more stable right now. I just looked at that because
I guess the point of my question I'm asking you, could this thing go tornadic?
Right. Yeah. At this point, it looks unlikely because we're fairly stable at the surface right now. Temperatures are in the low 70s. When these storms went up earlier, it was in the 80s. Okay. So it's a big difference right now in terms of how much atmospheric instability these have to work with. But listen, right now, we're not going to count anything out. So we're going to watch this very, very closely at this point, particularly the area that would be down toward the Dell facility, State Fairgrounds, I-40 and I-44, back northwest of Lillard Park. So the area is southwest 15th, and let's say Meridian and MacArthur, and those areas back to the southwest side of the city. But anywhere, really this core, again, could produce hail anywhere north of Interstate 40 at this point, and that extends up toward the Capitol and the zoo, as we mentioned. So really it's kind of bound by I-44 on the north and I-40 on the south. But again, this is just brand new development here right over central Oklahoma, here with literally just within the last 10 to 15 minutes. So there's a look again at tower cam as well. So we'll continue to watch the storm. I can bring you updates here again as needed if you guys have some more information to pass along.
Sounds good, Michael. We are getting word that if you do live in the southeast Oklahoma City area, to stop using your water. Officials say Draper Water Treatment Plant in Oklahoma City was knocked offline because of this tornado. So they're asking any residents and businesses in southeast Oklahoma City to stop using their water. Right now they're working to get that problem fixed, and they just want to make sure that if you do live in the area, you have your sprinkler system off, postpone washing any dishes and clothes, and don't operate any appliances that use water, and just take any precautions. I would just use some bottled water in the meantime.
And folks, we continue to watch the rescue efforts down at Plaza Towers Elementary, where they are looking for any children or teachers who might still be in the rubble down there. There's a lot of conflicting information coming out right now. Obviously there are rescue efforts underway, and as we get information that we can verify, we'll pass it along to you. But it's a serious situation down there, and they have a lot of debris to go through what was once that school.
It is, and we're going to stay on top of this because obviously our hearts are just with this story, because we know children were here at the time the tornado went through the Plaza Towers Elementary School, and we know right now they believe that children are still there, so they're actively searching for the kids. In about 40 minutes or so, we're going to hear from a press conference between the city of Moore and Oklahoma City. They're going to hold a joint conference. The left-hand side of your screen, you're looking inside the State Emergency Management Center right there. And if Abby can hear us, let's go ahead and check back in with her. Abby? Okay, it looks like we'll still work on getting a connection with Abby. In the meantime, the right-hand side of your screen is the big story right now, one of the stories coming out of the Moore area, and you are looking at a massive search and recovery rescue operation going on right now.
Listening to more scanners, and they are calling for heavy equipment over here at Plaza Towers Elementary School. They're asking for more lights. They don't want you to bring them down, folks. They have the equipment they need. They're just asking for it to be brought from the command post. They don't really want any volunteers. They can't handle more people in the Moore area, but they need some, they're going to set up some lights over here in this area, and they're asking for canteen services for 45 to 50 people down there. Those are the people who are working through the rubble there, trying to find any survivors. So this search could be going on for quite a while.
The Associated Press reporting about an hour ago that several children were pulled out of the rubble alive at the Plaza Towers Elementary School there in Moore. So we do know that there is hope. Several children were pulled out alive there at the elementary school. So again, we'll continue to monitor that right now as they are searching for more survivors.
Let's go to Adriana Ibashinsky, who is standing by right now. And Adriana, where are you?
Kelly, we're still at Telephone Road and Southwest 4th Street. I'm just giving you another angle. Over here is a strip mall, and you can see all of those windows there got shattered as the power lines that were all twisted in that debris cloud went plowing through this strip mall. I mean, every single window in there is smashed through. No one is in there, of course, but we do have some, law enforcement officers here to prevent looting. Now, over there is the overpass to I-35. You can see people are actually walking across the overpass heading into and out of this area. And you can see entire trees have been sheared off. We have siding up in the power poles. Again, we're going to do a flip around here. It's just horrible. It's like a war zone. Okay, again, here is where the Moore Medical Center is behind me. There is damage, but all the people that were in there were able to get out. There was also the daycare, the Agape daycare that was back there. All the kids, the teachers that were there, they were able to get out as well. But as you see, more people have gathered here now that folks have left work and have come out here, many of them just to help. They want to see what they can do to help, whether it is to lend assistance cutting down these power lines, which have been slowly falling down at this intersection. People are trying to see if a lot of nurses have come up here to see if they can help at the triage about 4 blocks down. But you can see we've got a debris field everywhere we step. We really have to be careful. So I sometimes see people walking barefoot or in flip-flops, and I'm really concerned because while a lot of these power lines are not live, you never know if one might flare up, but it's just dangerous out here. I mean, homes right behind us, I went and took a look over there, and the homes there have a lot of debris, a lot of trees down, but their homes are still standing. But right behind that 7-Eleven, all those homes there, they're gone. Now, I did talk to a family that lives in a house just up the street. They tell me they were one of the folks that actually ran over to that 7-Eleven to see what they could do to help, and they did confirm to me that there were 3 people that they did pull out of that 7-Eleven that used to stand there. It was a man, it was a woman, and it was a baby that they think was probably about 5 months old. So our hearts definitely go out to those people and their families and all those that know them. Again, you can just see people walking all along the street here at Southwest 4th Street, seeing what they can do, just taking in this devastation. It looks like a war zone. It looks like what May 3rd did back in 1999. And everyone here is just doing what they can to help out. We're trying to do what we can to help out. Reporting live in Moore, Adriana Ibashinsky, News 9.
Adriana Ibashinsky, it's the only way you can describe it, like a war zone. All right, we appreciate the update from right there near the 7-Eleven, where unfortunately we did get confirmation just then that 3 people were pulled from the rubble there at 7-Eleven, including what might have been a 5-month-old baby. Standing by is Carl Torp, live at the area around 144th and Robinson. Carl?
Yeah, I just want to share a story here. This is Gerald Mobley, who's okay. He's kind of muddied up here for good reason. Explain what happened to you. You actually saw this tornado while you were racing home.
Yes, sir. I was at the office and, of course, saw on your News 9 app on my phone the direction it was coming. Immediately called my wife, and she told me the situation, that she was at home and she was going to get in the storm shelter of the next door neighbors. Left the office coming down 134th and it was behind me. Luckily enough, got home in time and got most of the animals in the shelter, but when the tornado hit, such force that it literally sucked water through the walls of the concrete walls below the ground.
That's how you got so muddy, basically.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it shot out the walls like a syringe shooting muddy water out through the solid concrete walls. I don't know what this registered, but it's something that will be embedded in me. I won't forget it.
How many people inside that shelter?
There was 2.
But,
it looks like we're having some audio issues there.
And
it's kind of breaking up on you, Carl. We'll check back in momentarily, but
is that the school right there?
That is the school. This is Plaza
Yeah.
Towers. I want to bring in David Payne because he was tracking this storm right as it went by that school. David, did you know it was as bad as it is when you look at these images?
Yeah, you know, if I told you it wasn't as bad, I'd be lying to you. I knew it was bad. I knew it was going to be really bad when it set down east of Newcastle. The shape of the tornado, when it came down, it was fairly narrow, but it was very, very violent, even at a smaller state, even at a smaller size. And then as it crossed I-44 and came up southwest 149th, it became very, very large. We're talking a quarter to a half-mile wide tornado. What's funny is I stopped at the same location that I stopped at. Here's some of my video right here. And again, you can kind of see what was going on. And this is coming through more. And that's in our chase truck there. And we're looking off to the southwest. And again, there are some roads that I went down May 3rd of 1999 and May 8th of 2003 when more got hit again. And there's a couple of places that I stopped that were wiped out in May 3rd of 1999 that on the southwest 149th that were wiped out again today. And I was in the same location. So it's just amazing. And the 7-Eleven we've been referring to, I think there's some fatalities there. I stopped there at one point when I was a little bit farther south, and there were people trying to run into the 7-Eleven. There were people driving back to their neighborhoods trying to get back home during this, and there were neighborhoods that were literally right behind us here. We'll keep going here on this video, and there were some neighborhoods that were just being swept clean in front of us, and we would stop, and there were people that were going down Western and Santa Fe trying to get back home. And you know, a lot of people want to be home. That's where they feel safe. But on a day like this, looking at that, going back home, it may not be the best option. Because you have to be below ground or a safe spot, or that tornado is probably going to take your life.
Yeah, I wrote down as you were talking at about 3:11 today at 134th and Penn. You said, and I quote, "The homes are totally leveled. Homes are disappearing in front of us. It's tearing everything up."
Yeah, that's what it was doing. It was scarring the earth and taking everything off the face of the planet and putting it into small, tiny pieces.
I was trying to catch my breath, folks. I just came from the newsroom, and the news is not good. I just talked to a source in law enforcement, and they are fearing that there are multiple fatalities still in the rubble there at this elementary school, Plaza Tower Elementary, and they are saying multiple. And it's a heartbreaking situation down there. There may be more information coming out here shortly, I was told. But folks, there could be tens and tens of children and teachers down there in that rubble that they're trying to find. I don't want to pin a number on it, but it's a very sad situation.
Well, you don't have to pin a number on
No.
it, Kelly, because we look at the video, and unfortunately that video does not look good. It is. It's very heartbreaking.
Yeah.
So this is the Plaza Towers Elementary School. We're looking at live aerials from Bob Mills Sky News 9. We also have a crew that's working their way to get to the scene down below. But as you can imagine how difficult it is to get through the streets right now. Not only do you have power lines down and power poles down, but you have debris just everywhere. David, we heard Val talking about how he saw debris flying through the air as
Miles
he was driving.
ahead of it.
Yeah, did
Miles.
you experience that as well?
Oh yeah, there was debris all over the place, and we had large chunks of debris, boards, large pieces of heavy debris falling and hitting the ground and hitting the car. And you know, that's what you have when you have a violent tornado. You know, one thing about this, this tornado, it seemed at some points would slow down a little bit and then pick up speed. It would decelerate and then accelerate. And whenever you have a violent tornado, an EF4 or an EF5, and it slows down, the damage can be just absolutely catastrophic. I mean, it's an EF4 and EF5 to begin with. It's moving at 30 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour. And these things slow down to maybe 10 or 15 miles per hour. it really will strip everything from the face of the earth, and that's what's happened in a few areas. I saw some neighborhoods right before my eyes just literally, just disappeared. When it crossed I-35, it brought back so many memories of May 3rd, 1999, when I was tracking that tornado going through the same area, and I just couldn't believe it. I kept thinking, there is no way this is happening again. I know it happened in 03, May 8th of 03, the second more tornado, if you will, but it wasn't near as devastating as the May 3rd, but this one will be, if not more. The May 3rd took a little different path where when it came into more on May 3rd, it actually went to a couple of areas where they weren't heavily populated at the time, and those areas now are heavily populated. There are neighborhoods, it didn't spare any, there aren't any open areas now in that area anymore.
Yeah,
so
we actually have a quick map. If we can toss that up, and then we'll go right back to this live coverage of the May 3rd tornado, the path it took, opposed to today's tornado, and it's eerie when you look at how close these two tornadoes started together, and then they take a little bit different location. There you're looking at it, May 3rd in the green, and the red, today's tornado.
Right, and that's just right. I mean, the May 3rd made the hard left turn, which barely missed Tinker Air Force Base, and this one obviously did not. So just amazing.
Our Abby Broyles has been standing by at the state's Emergency Management Center. We want to get an update from Abby. Abby, we know it's a busy location where you are. Give us an update.
Hi, Amanda. Yeah, it sure is. Representatives from just about every state agency are here, including the State Department of Education, closely following the story out of Moore. We do have some information to pass along from the State Department of Health. They're working to get some resources to a staging area at I-35 and 19th Street. They've already dispatched 20 ambulances to that area of Moore. Also, Red Cross is here. They're working to get resources to the first responders in Southwest Oklahoma City, Moore, and Newcastle. They are opening up a shelter at St. Andrew's Church at Southwest 119th and South May. They're also getting a lot of calls trying to get information on loved ones. They want us to pass along some information that you can call and check on your relatives or check online rather at safeandwell.org. Again, that website is safeandwell.org. You can check to see, you can check in, say that you're okay. You can also check on your relatives. Good resource to have there. We're going to be here throughout the night and bring some more information. We also want to pass along that the governor, we're told, is on her way to Moore. We're expecting a press conference to be happening there pretty soon. So we'll bring the latest as we learn more information from here. Amanda, back to you.
All right, Abby Broyles, thank you for that update. Again, Red Cross is saying if you are alive and well, but you haven't been able to get in contact with your family members and vice versa, you're trying to get in contact with them, go to safeandwell.org and you can register yourself there. And that's a good place to stop if you're looking to try to find a loved one.
Press conference. The conference they have planned is supposed to take place about 7:30 when they're going to release more information. They're going to be setting up lights, and you can see they've already set up some of the portable lights there at Plaza Towers Elementary, where they are searching for kids in that school that was flattened by this tornado, largely flattened by it. We might ask Jim in Sky News 9. Jim, the circle, Jim, this, and he's talking on the, Rich and Jim, I'd tell you guys for comparison's sake, the satellite shot that we're looking of the undamaged school has the circle drive at the top of the screen. If you can, there, right there, that's it. That's the comparison. If you guys can put the satellite shot back up on the left here in a moment, you'll be able to understand what has happened to the school. It'll take them a moment to pull it back up. But that is Plaza Towers Elementary School right now, and our control room, they've been doing a great job, and there it is before today, and you can see how it was hit right through the middle of the school.
And then the other school that we were watching was it Briarwood?
Right.
Elementary. And luckily there, the kids were able to get out safely. They hid underneath their desks in the hallway, as we do with tornado drills, and they did make it out okay.
Kelly Wells with Norman Regional Hospital, a former News 9 staffer. She can give us an update on what they're seeing there just to the south at the Norman Complex. Kelly?
Hey guys, one thing I want to get out real quickly is we've got a 9-year-old little girl who is at one of the schools. I'm not sure which one. She's doing okay. She's at the Healthplex Hospital, but we need help finding her parents.
Okay.
Her name is Kaylee Hawkins, and it's Kaileigh. last name Hawkins, Hawkins. She's a 9-year-old little girl, from my understanding, and she's doing okay.
What school was she at, Kelly? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know she was at one of the elementary schools.
Okay.
But we do need help trying to locate her, and the phone number that people can call if they know her or if they just want to go to the healthplex, they're more than welcome to do that. But the number they can call is 307-2143.
307-2143.
And again, she is doing okay, but we do need some help locating her parents. Also, we're getting a lot of people calling, wanting to know about their loved ones, if their loved ones have been taken here, and we have seen probably about 90 patients who've come through our 2 other hospitals that are still standing. And that patient care hotline is 405-307-1366. We are we're gonna let people know if their loved ones are here through that, and then if they are, we're asking them to come to the education center at the Porter campus for a little bit more information, or the cafeteria at the healthplex for more information.
Kelly, do you have patients there now?
We do. We had about, at the time that the tornado hit Moore, of course it took a direct hit on the Moore Medical Center. We had about 30 patients that were there being treated for just normal stuff. And they have all been accounted for amazingly, and luckily they've all been accounted for, as well as all of our employees that were there at the time. They've been all accounted for, so we're very blessed in that respect. But the hospital did take a direct hit, a lot of significant damage.
You're talking about it at the Moore Medical Center.
I'm talking about the Moore Medical Center, which is on Telephone Road.
Right.
As far as the Norman Regional Hospital, which is located on Porter, and the Healthplex Hospital, which is over at I-35 in Tecumseh, we've seen probably about 30 patients at each facility, if not more, who have come in. We're calling them the walking wounded, with injuries that are typical, unfortunately, with this type of significant tornado: broken bones, lacerations, bumps and bruises, internal injuries, and so it's all hands on deck here. And we are still taking more patients if they come, and we're doing all we can for their family members and to try to comfort them in any way that we can.
Are you also seeing some severe injuries, Kelly?
We are.
What type of injuries are you guys seeing?
I don't have any specifics on that at this time. I'm hoping that I'll have a little bit more information in the next 30 minutes.
Okay.
It's, as you can imagine, it's just a fluid situation right now, and things are being prioritized. Some are our physical therapy department's taking lacerations, and our same-day surgery is taking, other smaller minor things. So it's kind of just, we're doing the best that we can, and our employees here are doing an amazing job. All of our physicians have come in ready to do whatever they can, and it's so unfortunate that this has happened again.
It is. Kelly, the patients who were at the Moore Medical Center, what did you guys do with them when you guys knew the tornado was coming?
Well, I don't know 100% exactly what has happened up there. It's been very difficult getting communication up with them. But I do know that we have, drills in place and codes in place that at certain levels they, elevate, and we move patients interior to the interior part of the facility, or we move them to the bottom part of the facility, or to underground if that's available. And, luckily we have amazing weather forecasters in Oklahoma, including Gary, who give us, advance notice that this stuff is coming. And unfortunately, it's just something that's, we know can happen in Oklahoma, and we have plans in place.
Well, I know we have dealt with it before, for sure. What have you done with the patients who are at the Moore Medical Center? Have they been moved on to other facilities?
Some have been moved to the Porter campus. Some have been moved to the Healthplex campus.
Okay.
And I think some probably even went to other facilities. As you can imagine, it was just mass chaos trying to get in there. Very, very difficult to get in through that, ground zero, basically, to get patients out of there. But from my understanding, all patients and staff there have been accounted for, and we feel very, very lucky.
Okay, I know you guys are working hard. Kelly Wells with Norman Regional Healthplex. Thanks, Kelly, for joining us on the phone.
Sure, thank you.
Talk to you later.
About 15 minutes away from a scheduled news conference. This is just a bad flashback for those of us who are around here on May 3rd of 1999. This is the way things operated back then, but we have a terrible situation developing at Plaza Towers Elementary, where they are digging through the rubble. And let's go to Carl Torp now, standing by in more. Carl?
Yeah, this is now called the Westmore subdivision, so I just kind of want to make that clear. We're at 144 in Robinson, 147 in Robinson, right in that area right here. And with me now is leader of Paul Trell. And you guys have been busy all day. What are the sorts of injuries you're seeing out of this neighborhood where these homes are destroyed?
Mostly what we've seen so far are just minor injuries. We have had a few critical patients. As far as fatalities, we don't have an exact number on that yet. Currently, we're also working with the fire and the police as they're getting hits with their dog and searching those areas and getting patients out, and they're bringing them to us. It's here at this location, and then we're transporting them on out to the hospitals as they're needed.
And that's kind of what we've seen just in the past couple of hours, that a dog will kind of get a hit somewhere, and then everyone moves in there. No one, I believe, has been pulled out. Just
we haven't had anybody pulled out recently. It's been a few minutes since we've had anybody pulled out. So
a few minutes, or
it's been probably 30 minutes since we've seen anybody pulled out.
And right now, you guys are set up. This is kind of the command center by Briarwood, the school. That again, all the kids are okay and accounted for there. I guess anyone that is hurt can come here, and you guys are just kind of reacting and going in once you hear something.
Correct. Once we find out we have somebody that's hurt or injured, we're asking them to come to this area. Fire and police both know that we've got this area set up for treatment and transport of people that are injured so that we can get them out of here into the hospital.
Number of those injured, any idea?
Several, yeah, dozens.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That situation here, again, this is the that's been set up right at the school. So anyone that is needing assistance can come here. And this is, again, the Westmore subdivision. It's actually in South OKC here. Amanda.
All right, Carl, and just thank you, Carl. About 2 miles west of where you are, we have another crew. Our Alex Cameron has been surveying the damage there at Southwest 149th and Western. Let's get an update from Alex now. Alex?
Yeah, we're at Southwest 149th and Western, or South 19th, or however you want to look at it. And as you can see behind me, what you can see behind me, it is truly a wasteland out here. That's a common refrain. It's hard to imagine. We're going to try and do a very short move here because I don't want to lose our signal. But I just want you to show you, this was a shopping center. This actually was a beauty salon here called Trends. There was a person working here when this came along today. That person, we're told, is in the hospital right now. But fortunately is okay. We are also, where we're standing, just about a couple hundred yards to the south of the Orr family farm. And I know you all have been talking about that already. And I'm sad to say that just from standing in this spot right here, we're dead. So it's, and again, that sort of thing. The only good news I can say is that so far we have not found any.
We need to go to Jim.
Okay. We're having some audio issues, obviously, there with Alex. We'll get another update when it comes to Orr Family Farm, although we had already heard that it had been pretty heavily damaged.
Yeah. There's a mass cam shot of the Moore Medical Complexes. If we can pull Jim Gardner's shot back up of Plaza Towers Elementary, and if Jim can hear us, we might get an update from Jim. What have you, buddy, what have you seen move in there?
I can tell you they dug down and they found there's a hole there that everybody is they've kind of stopped digging, except for a few of them. There's a hole right there that they're looking into. I can't tell you what is down below that hole, whether there was a sort of a basement type complex or what, but they were digging. There's a hole there. They all kind of stopped and looked down in the hole, and now just a few of them are working around that hole there. So here in a few minutes we should find something out here, Kelly.
Yeah. Karen and Jack Ross, friends of News 9. Of course, Karen is our chef and lives in the Norman area, and I understand that you guys are working at a shelter down there, guys.
We are here, guys. We're here at Journey Church right off of Tecumseh, off of I-35. We have got everything that anybody could possibly need. If you are in need, come to Journey Church. We have food, we have shelter, we have beds, we have blankets, we even have things for the babies. We are here to help you.
Karen, have you seen people come in already?
Yeah, there have been a few people that have come in and just as a gathering place. It's been a regrouping spot. We currently have sent a caravan of SUVs down into the area to bring some people. That's the main challenge right now. Their cars are piled up on top of their houses. And so getting them to the shelter, getting them to a place just to regroup, have a good meal, and try to assess what their current needs are, get over the shock of what's happened is really the initial challenge for people. And then, of course, the long-term challenges are, the rent or a place to stay is not a 3-day problem for people who just had their house tornadoed down. And so they're going to need resources for weeks and months to come until they can get back on their feet. So Journey Church is trying to do their part. We have everything that they could possibly need, whether it's a place to stay the night or a meal for this evening.
Yes, and also, guys, we are right across the street from the hospital here in Norman, so we are close. So if you're there at the hospital in Norman or you're a family member, please come to Journey Church. We'll help you.
You know, a lot of people, guys, have wanted to help and wanted to donate things. You can go to Journey Church TV or journeychurch.tv and go directly to a disaster link to where you can go ahead and donate if you want to. There's no fees that are taken out of that. All that money will be given right back to the people that are most desperately in need of it, not just today and this week, but in the weeks to come.
Because we're going to be here through, for as long as you need us, we're here, and we're going to be providing anything, especially moms out there. I'm talking to you. You're going to need, diapers, formula, baby food. You're going to need wipes. We've got all of that. Come here and let us help you try to ease your pain somewhat.
Guys, we appreciate everything you guys are doing there at Journey Church. Thank you all. And that's one way we can help out, by donating, but we can also help out if you're able to come over to the News 9 studios. We're taking your donations. Let's check in with Gary England, our chief meteorologist, who's outside.